Okay, let's check, make sure it looks good on TikTok. We got some welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Okay. We'll make sure it looks okay. Yeah, looks good. All right. Okay. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Welcome in. Okay. Oh. Good to see you, Aaron. HLT, good to see you. Elizabeth B, thank you for the heart me's and the populars. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. You have to believe in something in order for it to be true. Nope. Do not. Moon landing's true, and a lot of people don't believe that. And that's a great way to put it, Elizabeth. I, too, prefer to believe in true things. Building Windmill, good to see you. Truth666, good to see you. 3 pips, thank you, and good to see you. Moonlighting was fake. Oh, boy. Yeah. One of these days, I'll do a live on that, like when I branch out. How do you know if something is true? How closely it lines up with reality? All right. Some people are filing in. Thank you for the shares. Demetrios, good afternoon. Nothing hurts more than seeing Christians in the chat with the absolute worst proofs for faith. I gotta agree with that. Lambo's doing good, man. It's just levitating in the garage. Commenting for the dailies. There you go. Yeah, get your dailies in. Level up. Yeah, it's just levitating in the garage, you know. You might take it out this weekend. Oh, yeah, and the other one, whoever did the fake moon landing thing, yeah, bust them for misinformation as well. I am putting on miles. Not gonna lie. Well, Rakizi, if you do, we're just gonna fill your shit up with coins. So, you know. People be like, God is real because we have morals, or God is real because nature is pretty. Come on. Yeah. I'm with you on that. I'm with you. Al-Fatiha Quran. Amir. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and you have evidence that God is just and you are 18 or over, request up and let's talk. So let's get this thing going. I'm ready. Ready to go. Make that a little bit bigger. There we go. Oh, for real? Dragging in my garage? Nice. How'd it go, Ragizi? And technically, it's a variation on something I stole. It's that's a Carl Sagan thing, but yeah, works just the same. Hey, let me know when you do the next one about God being real. I'd love to chat fine tuning with you. All right. Naturally, they replied with "That's different." Of course they did. Zach Lazar Hoffman, good to see you, friend. Right on. Yeah, special pleading. You're gonna get to healthy dose of special pleading. Argument from ignorance. It's always gonna be, yeah, I don't. That's different. Jesus' resurrection was documented only in the Bible and maybe one or two other places. Jesus didn't exist. Nobody ever said that. Jesus didn't fulfill 100. Jesus fulfilled one prophecy. Deuteronomy 13. Debunk history. Why would I? Debunk. Why would I debunk history? It's true. Free will. So God is just because of free will. Do babies born with cancer have free will? Did they choose that? God is the sun, the universe, the spirit, etc. No evidence of that. It's just a claim. Yep, another claim. So, how do we know that's true? Hard shell. Get a load of this guy. Believes in free will. Pontius Pilate gave Christ to the people, purified it, and rose again. All claims. What's the best way to deal with super Christians? Oh, yeah. Stay linear, ask for evidence. That's what I do. And you can just, yeah, and and focus on the process. So that's what I say. I say I control the process, they control the outcome. So if they want to have a conversation and if they want to talk about their beliefs, well, it's got to be a conversation. It's not going to be a lecture, it's not going to be a sermon, it's not going to be preaching. It's going to be a conversation. So that's the way I do it. Look, I want to have a conversation. I don't want to hear preaching. I don't want to hear a sermon. Just a lot of things you believe in doesn't make sense to me. So help me make sense of it. And if that doesn't get anywhere, if they get attitude on you, just start invoking Titus 3:2, Colossians 3:12. Bring them back in line. And then or if they say something like, well, I can't show you, only God can, and that's not true. Matthew 28 says they are required to do what they need to do. It says, make disciples of all the nations and teach them how to obey my commands. Oh yeah, it's the fan on my laptop, and so I've got the noise canceling in, but it like the noise canceling kicks off when I talk, right? And 1 Peter 3 verse 15. Be prepared to give a defense when anyone demands an accounting for the hope that is within you. So if they try to dip out of their responsibility as a Christian. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, Rocky. Yeah. Yeah, it's well, that's one of the things on my list. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you, Aaron. So that's how you do it. And and I think I think one of the reasons I can stay calm most of the time, look, I get frustrated just like everybody else, like when shit goes in circles. You know, if you're on that merry-go-round, yeah, you can't help but get frustrated. But I think there are a lot of like, but if they're ducking questions, like a lot of theists want to do, because I don't know why a lot of them just can't say I don't know, and you know, if they're just not being intellectually honest, it's easy to get frustrated. But I just stay calm and I just keep asking questions and I stay linear. So if they want to go off the reservation, so to speak, you know, that's a little bit. That's systemically racist. I'm not going to say that. If they want to go off track, what are your tactics with Phil Bros? They frustrate me the most. Tactics with Phil Bros? Well, first of all, well, here's what I do. There's actually a couple ways to do it. One I did yesterday. Thank you, 3 pips. All right, I'll get money for the jar here in a minute. Thank you. That's true. It qualifies for the jar. But I'll explain this part and I'll go fill the jar up. So one of the things I like to do, I have a couple of things, is I think one of my favorites is to just concede everything, because that's really what it's about for them. And especially you, Zach, because you know the Bible. You know, you know the Bible. I just say, okay, I can't ground morality. I can't ground logic. All right. Especially if they go morality, then you can really get them, because then all you got to do is you just got to make them swim in the deep waters of the Old Testament and then just push their head underwater. That's all you got to do. Free will is usually the answer I receive when I ask why does God allow child abusers? Yeah, free will. And then you just ask them, well, does the child have free will? So, yeah. So just because if they're going to tell you you can't ground morality, just say, okay, I don't know. I have no idea what morality is. I can't ground it. So help me out. And then take them into the Old Testament. Works every time. Because see, the reason why they do this Philbro shit is because they don't want to read the Bible. They're too lazy to read the Bible. And it's more about owning people and dunking on them than it is about ministering to people. And see, that's their job. They have to minister to people if they're a Christian. So there's no way that grounding logic and morality in God got them the hope that's within them. Come on. That's BS. It's just a rhetorical tactic. So that's all it is. All right, we got our first guest in the queue. So if you are a guest in the queue, please be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and please also have evidence that God is just. And also, if you're running your own live, give Phil Bros a 5-minute timer. Hang tight, bands. I got to go get some money. I'll be right back. Where's my camera? Can't let you all see what's behind the curtain. It's the wizard, right? Is that camera? Nope. Is that camera? There's camera. All right. Be right back. All right. Okay, I'm back. Turn the camera back on. Okay. All right. Adding to the jar. So the jar this is the deconstruction smash the patriarchy jar. And every time I say something that's part of the patriarchy, I got to add money to the jar. So I'm trying to break out of that. So I said, quote unquote, off the reservation. So that's that is part of the old systemic patriarchy. And our friend Crystal is up. How's it going, Crystal?
Yeah,
Banj will be up here in a minute.
Smashing the patriarchy.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
The patriarchy.
Right?
That's
And
pretty cool.
yeah, and so when I fill this jar up, it's all going to go to charity.
Oh,
So,
I love that.
Yeah.
I really love that. You do a lot for charity. I don't know if people realize all the
try.
little things you do, and all those little things really add up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like
I
your
think that's all you can
Toys
do,
for
right?
Tots deal this holiday and stuff. That was pretty freaking awesome.
Thank you. And hopefully it gets bigger. It'll be bigger this year. That's what I'm looking for. So
yeah, it will be bigger this year.
I think it will be. Yeah. So we're going to make it a lot bigger this year. So I can't wait. And yeah, in October during Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we're going to do another fundraiser. You know, for those afflicted with breast cancer. And you know, that one's pretty near and dear to me because of my wife. You know, she's you know what? She's going to be in remission coming up in a year. So.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. So that's coming up. So I can't wait for that. So yeah, October and December. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I just got done with my life. Thought I'd come over, say hello, see what you guys were talking about today.
Yeah, you want to hang out with me for a minute?
Yeah, if that's cool with you, I'll hang out for a little bit. I'll put myself on mute, let you have some chats, and you know.
And you know how we do it. You just jump in when you feel moved. You know. We do this popcorn style, right?
When the Holy Spirit touches me.
Exactly. Well, no, we don't want the Holy Spirit touching you.
Oh, what?
we don't want the Holy Spirit. No. Yeah.
That is true.
No, we don't want that.
The Holy Spirit's going to have to put some money in your jar.
Right? Exactly. No. We had enough of that. No, that's not allowed here.
All right.
But yeah.
I'll give myself a cold beverage, and
there we go.
And you bring up your guests, and we'll get to going here.
You got it, friend. Okay, very good. All right, we'll bring up bands, and let's get this started. Okay. All right, bands, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, brother? I'm here.
Hey, I'm good.
Doing well.
I'm good. Hey, how old are you? Just to start us off.
I'm 27.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for waiting. Welcome up. And which God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible.
Fantastic. All right. God. Okay. All right. And so what you got? What's your best evidence that God is just?
So I wanted to ask you, have you always been an atheist, or have you never or were you a Christian at once and then kind of fell out because you heard something or believed something else?
I was a Christian for over 30 years. I was going to go into the ministry, and basically just read the Bible. That's pretty much it.
And a bit of a personal question, but did you stop believing in God once you found out your wife had cancer?
No, it was long before that. I've been a non-believer. So I've been deconstructing for a long time. It was a long process for me. I was a Christian for over 30 years, and I've been a non-believer, say, it's been about 14 years, somewhere around there. It's been a long time.
Okay, and you mentioned that you read the Bible and then you stopped believing. What in the Bible caused you to not believe anymore?
All the atrocities, all the contradictions, the anachronisms, scientific errors, failed prophecies. Yeah, so it was a lot.
Okay, and what I'm doing with this is kind of just trying to find a foundation to base my, my point on.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned a few things one of the things that stood out to me is the prophecies that didn't come true. Is there anyone, before I like debate on that, is there anyone in particular that you mentioned that hasn't came true that stands out to you?
Oh boy. All right, we're gonna go. Let's go to Justin's spreadsheet. So yeah, there's quite a bit. I think Jesus fulfilled one prophecy, and it's not really a prophecy, but I think he fulfilled one prophecy out of the 350 something, and most people don't even consider it one of the prophecies that he fulfilled, and that would be in Deuteronomy 13. So I think Jesus was a fraud and a fake and a liar, and none of the things he promised came true. And, so let's see, one in particular. Let's see. Now you want to do messianic, or you just want to do general prophecies? Where you want to go?
Just general.
Just general? Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, the Babylon one. That's a good one. I like that one. Let's see. Where's the Babylon one? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. All right, I'll bring it up on screen and we can look at it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, there we go. There it is. All right. So this is the restoration of Judah. Mm-hmm. All right. So if we go to, because this is the entire prophecy, and so the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land, and aliens will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob. Now the second part, because there's two parts to this, and the nations will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves in the Lord's land. They will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppress them. So we know that didn't happen.
No, that actually, it's funny you bring that up. That actually sounds like today.
It does. Who are slaves in Israel now?
I'm reading. Let's see. It says, and they will possess the nations as male and female slaves. I'm sure you know, and again, I'm not trying to go off on the Israel nation, Jewish people and stuff like that, but that sounds a lot like America and a lot of the Jewish donors. And I'm sure you've been seeing, some of the discourse with, I think it was Senator Lindsey Graham saying, send all of America, we should give them all our supplies. It's almost like slavery, and we've almost been working for Israel.
I don't call politicians selling out to Israel slaves. I don't call it that. Slaves is a very specific term, and that this word slave in the Hebrew. Oh, sorry, Crystal. Let me finish this one sentence.
And that's okay.
Yeah. So if we jump over, I'll let you jump in, but I'm pretty sure, I'm about 95% sure this word slave is the ancient Hebrew word for slave, which had a specific meaning in, like, say, Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. It was like property, a chattel, somebody who was owned as property. So go ahead, Crystal. I'll go look it up real quick.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
All I wanted to say, no, hang on 1 second. All I wanted to say is a prophecy can't be almost. This almost sounds like something. That's not a prophecy. A prophecy is exact. It is not.
It is. Almost. Yeah. It's either is or it is not. Yeah, exactly. So, but go ahead. Go with what you were going to say. But I'm going to look up the word slaves here real quick. But go ahead. What were you going to say?
This is why it's important to read the whole verse. It says, as, keyword as, male and female slaves. So that doesn't mean exactly like if someone to say, and I'm trying to go off on a think piece, but the key word as, right? And if you read the rest of the verse, they will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppress them.
Mm-hmm. And in this sense, as isn't, I see what you're saying, but as isn't in the simile or metaphor sense. It's in this is a descriptor. So they will possess the nations. It's a qualifier. So they're going to possess the nations. And I'm pretty sure if I look up this word slave, it's going to tie back to the word possess, because
Right.
it's literally saying Israel will enslave everybody who took them captive and oppressed them. That's what this is saying.
In modern terms, to me, I interpret that as like if someone says you're getting treated like a dog,
that's the Cope version. Yeah, of course.
as
Of course you would.
as male and
Of course you would.
females.
Yeah.
Right.
But
But that's what it says though. So
okay.
you're taking that as literal. I don't think it's
wouldn't
meant
I
to be
take
taken.
it as well, how do you know it's not literal and it's
Because
supposed to be figurative?
The as in that is used as in the modern term as like.
Yeah. And how do you know that?
How do you know it's meant to be the exact word?
Hey, I asked you
version of
first,
slave?
bro. I asked you first, bro. What's your evidence
Exactly.
that it's like?
That's how I interpret it in the Bible, and I'm sure you know this. You've been a Christian for 30 years. The
That's how you
Bible
interpret
is
it. Yeah.
right, and it's and the scripture is used for doctrine, reproof, and for correction.
Yeah. So if it's an interpretation, that means it's opinionated, it's opinion, and it's subjective. So it's not fact. So you just admitted it's just my opinion. That's what this is. So it can't be a prophecy. You've just conceded that it's not a prophecy.
This brings up a good point. Are all prophecies supposed to be fulfilled in the current time?
Yeah. They're supposed to.
No,
that's how you know it's a prophecy, is because it's been fulfilled. Well, we began this conversation as fulfilled prophecy. I said no prophecies have been fulfilled. So then if it's not fulfilled, it's not a prophecy, right?
What about the prophecy of Jesus being born?
Well, hold on. Don't pivot. Let's stay on this one. You agree, if it hasn't been fulfilled, it's not a prophecy.
Prophecy is for future reference, and the people in the chat can look this up. You can look it up yourself.
Yeah, it's for future reference. So
exactly.
You're saying so someday this is going to get fulfilled. Is that what you're saying?
If it hasn't been fulfilled already.
Yeah, but it hasn't been fulfilled.
Messiah.
Yeah. Well, because for one thing, you already said this is a partial. So if it's a partial, like Crystal said, if it's a partial, it has not been fulfilled. Straight up, hasn't been fulfilled. And
okay, but it's a prophecy for a reason, though. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, you're saying it's a prophecy, but what I'm saying is, it hasn't been fulfilled. And you're saying, well, it's got to be taken literally, and that's the thing. A prophecy is supposed to be taken literally. If you've got to read into it, if you've got to interpret it, it ain't a prophecy. Straight up, it's not a prophecy, because a prophecy is a prediction, right? So I predict that they're going to possess all the nation.
For future references.
Yeah, and it hasn't been fulfilled. So either you can't have it both ways, my friend. You can't tell me, well, it's a partial and it hasn't been fulfilled yet, but it's a prophecy. Then it's not a prophecy because it hasn't been fulfilled. Prophecies are fulfilled. Hasn't been fulfilled.
Let me explain it this way, Bands. Let's say I tell you, wait, hang on a second. Let's say you tell me, Crystal, if you make a half-court shot, okay, with no rim, it has to be all air straight into that basket, and you have to do it, turn around and not face the basket. Throw that ball from, half court, all net, no rim or anything. And then I make the basket, but I hit the backboard. You're gonna pay me $1 million if I do this. And I hit the make the basket, but I hit the backboard first. Are you gonna pay me that $1 million?
No.
No, you're not, because I didn't fulfill what was the obligation, right? You can't have something almost fulfilled in prophecy either.
I understand that, and but it brings the point up, right? You all said, well, I don't know your name, by the way. I just happened to scroll. What?
You can call me Trust. Yeah.
Okay, Trust. You said most of them haven't been. You said all of them haven't been fulfilled, right? None of the Jesus prophecies, none of them have been fulfilled. So you want to flip to that? You want to pivot to that? Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. Since we're on the subject of prophecies, I mean, we can go all day, but since we're on the subject of prophecies, do you believe that in totality, do you believe that the Bible is even halfway correct, or is there some truth in it, or is it just all a fallacy?
There's some truth in it. There's some, like, there's historical places that are true, things of that sort. But there's just
So do you
way too
believe?
many inaccuracies and things it gets wrong for to even trust it. Can't trust it.
Okay, okay. Do you believe Jesus was a real person?
Uh, I'm agnostic to it, but it doesn't really matter because even if you, I mean, yeah, there's three pieces to it, to divinity, right? He's got to be a real person. He's got to have risen from the dead, and he's got to have risen to heaven, right? Ascended to heaven. So that one, okay, fine. If I'll just concede that he did exist. I mean, I'm like 50-50 on it. I'm on the fence, but there's no evidence of him rising from the dead. Zero evidence of rising to the dead. Zero evidence of him going to heaven. Zero.
Okay. Okay, so you believe he was a real person, but there's no evidence that he risen from the dead.
Yeah.
What about
Being
the
a real person doesn't demonstrate divinity, because then if you're gonna say that, then that means Julius Caesar was a god, right?
no? Because he never claimed to be.
Yeah. Actually,
But
people did.
I mean,
He did.
that's
Actually, they did.
well,
Yeah.
well, okay.
He claimed to
I
be
mean,
a
that's
god,
just
and people called him a god. Yeah.
that's another topic. But to stay on topic, what about the prophecy when Jesus said he's going to die and he's going to rise again on the third day, and he told his apostles that they weren't going to see him no more in the physical form, and then they wound up seeing him again. He appeared to them, and he appeared to over, I think it was 500 people,
Okay.
and
So
that's
demonstrate that he rose from the dead, because you're saying
okay.
he appeared to them and 500 people. And what are the names of the 500 people?
I mean, this is over 2,000 years ago. But I want to ask you something,
So
because you said, or you believe that this guy was just a regular guy, and he was speaking falsely about whatever he wanted to.
yeah, he was a liar and a fraud. Yeah, he was a
Okay,
fraud.
so what happened
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta close
2026?
the window. People,
Okay,
keep going.
yeah, I'll wait till you come back.
All right.
We're having a good time.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so let me ask you, what happened 2026 years ago that all the world, everyone in the entire world decided that 2026 years ago was the date to mark?
Everybody
2026.
like that, right? The Chinese people do not use our calendar, right,
Yeah.
Vance?
Yeah.
You also know that a monk
Actually, they do.
with that. It was a Christian. No, they don't, Vance. They also was a Christian monk who came up with that. Okay,
So
and it was like
hold on, Miss
500
Crystal.
years after
Miss
Jesus
Crystal.
died.
Miss Crystal.
Our
Miss
dates
Crystal.
changed.
What year is it in China right now?
Well, depending on what
I
calendar.
don't go by the
Yeah, we don't use the Chinese calendar.
and Jewish people
Oh,
go
okay,
by,
but she just
go
said the
by a
Chinese
different
don't
calendar.
believe it. The Chinese don't
They
believe
don't use our calendar.
They
Okay,
don't.
so what
They
year is
do
it?
not use our calendar.
Well, hold on. Yeah,
So
why?
what year is
Hold
it?
on, Bands. Hold on, Bands. There's a question. When is their New Year? When is the Chinese New Year?
I think it's like February 13th.
Right. So why isn't it the same day that we have New Year?
What year is it though? Is the question?
According to them, or
Yes.
according to us? We have to look
In
on a Chinese
in
calendar.
China.
We'd have to look on a Chinese calendar.
Well,
But
somebody
hold
in the
on,
chat,
you didn't answer the question. Why is
Jewish-
their New Year
the
in
Jewish-
February and why is ours in January? You got to answer that question.
Okay,
If we use the same calendar,
that's not relevant to the argument.
you just said
I'll
they
answer
use the same calendar.
But
Yeah.
they're in the same year.
Okay.
They're not. They're in the year 4,724, the year of the horse.
Did you
And
Google
the
that, Miss
Jewish calendar-
Crystal?
Yes, because you asked. Is that okay if I Google
yeah,
to
no.
get the correct answer?
No, that's
Okay,
fine.
and the Jewish calendar, they are in the year 5,786. You need to understand that not everybody uses the calendar that a Christian monk came up with almost 500 years after Jesus died.
So why does everyone in the world know of this guy Jesus or heard about him?
Marketing. Promo.
Marketing.
Yep.
So
It's promo.
so even
That's an
back-
argument. That's an argument from that's an argumentum ad populum. So you're saying
Okay.
since everybody knows who he is, he must be God.
So even back before they had social media and marketing was even a word, there was enough people who believed in him and who followed him around, and with Pontius Pilate wanting to kill him and him going to village and people seeing the miracles and believing for themselves.
We have no evidence
you're
of that.
still,
What
you're
evidence do
still
we have
saying
of
it's
that?
marketing.
Yeah, what independent evidence do we have of that? That he went from village to village.
There was actually books written by atheists or agnostic people who
At the
saying
at the time
yes,
Jesus lived? Which books were written at the time Jesus was alive that document him going from village to village? Which books?
and this
Remember
is what I'm gonna get to.
the time he was alive, when he was alive.
Right. So most of the books that we know of about Jesus was written after his death.
Okay.
Right.
But I asked for books that when he
Would
was
you
alive. What do we
would you
have from
agree or
when he was
disagree?
alive? They all were been written after his death. Everything. Nothing has been
Is
written
that
while he was alive. Nothing.
so this brings up a good point. If all the stuff that was written was about him after his death,
Right.
why would they have to make up a lie about a dead man?
Control.
Control.
Mhm.
What
Roman Empire did the
what
same
ben-
thing. The Roman Empire
what
did the same
benefit
thing.
of them would do that?
When
What
you have the
benefit of
masses
them would
under
do that?
when you have the masses under control, you can govern them easier. It's control. That's it.
And how would they get control from believing about a dead man? Tell me.
The reason why they would do that is, and by the way, you haven't presented any evidence so far. So I'm going to answer this last question, and then it's your turn to give us evidence. Remember, Matthew 28:19, it says, "Go and make disciples of all the nations, teach them how to obey my commands." 1 Peter 3 verse 15 says, "Be prepared to give a defense of when somebody asks for an accounting of the hope that is within you." So asking us questions is not doing any of that. Remember that, okay? So after this, I'm going to demand an accounting from you of the hope that is within your heart, and be prepared to give it. You got it?
Of the hope that's in my heart?
Yeah, the hope that's within you. That's what it says in 1
Sure.
Peter 3:15, right? Okay, so it's the
Sure, will
burden's
do.
on you. Even your Bible says
Because
that the burden is on you.
because
So I'm going to answer your question one last time, and then it's on you now. All right.
Mhm.
So it's been done throughout human history. The Romans did it. The Romans commissioned Homer to write the Iliad so that they could establish a connection between the Greek gods and the formation of the Roman Empire, because it was going to show how awesome the Roman Empire is. It's going to show why they're so powerful, why they're so awesome, why they have dominated the known world, because it would show people that they are in charge, that they're in control. And it's because it's the gods that put them in control. When you had it back then, before science was even a thing, and people believed that the gods would put people in power and in control, if you could say, well, see, the gods put me in control, then that would get people more likely to follow you. That's how it worked. So, okay. So back to you.
Yeah.
So now
you're asking about the hope and evidence that I have that
Yep.
makes me believe.
And that's part of this, why I got this question up here. Your best evidence that God is just. So,
Okay. So I will say, and I'll just tell you again my personal experience because you're asking, right?
okay.
I typically like to point to evidence, but we'll do that another day. So for me, there was a time where I almost died,
Okay.
right? And not trying to be graphic, I almost died because at the time I was smoking. Just keeping it 1,000. I was smoking and I almost died. Someone had put something in the thing I was smoking.
Okay. Well, that sucks.
Well,
I
yeah,
really hate that happened.
sucks,
Yeah, it
but
sucks that happened.
no. Right. So, but prior to this, right, I was I've been like I grew up in the church, whatever, right? But again, it's the difference between believing in what your parents say versus believing for yourself. Now, for the most part, I've always believed in myself, but this is what confirmed to me, again,
Mhm.
confirmation, and that's what the miracles were for in the Bible, confirmation that what he says exists. So again, at the time I was puffing, whatever, my heart started beating really fast. I'm like, at the time I didn't smoke in a while, and I said, okay, well, maybe I'm just geeked up. The kids would know I'm geeked up, man.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward, I'm sitting there watching TV, and the TV started to change colors or whatever, or shit like if someone was on mushrooms, it'll start shifting and stuff like
Uh-huh.
that. I'm like, wait, maybe this is extra geek, whatever. And then I stood up because I said, hold on, I'm getting a little bit too frazzled. I stood up, I went and looked in the mirror, and I couldn't see myself in the mirror. It looked like TV static. So I figured at this point, the realization came over me that I was about to die. And at the time, my niece and nephew were home. And I heard them laughing outside of my room. And I started to freak out. And I was going to run out there and tell them, I'm sorry, this, that, whoopty whoop, because I figured this was the end. So, but I didn't want to freak them out, and I didn't want that to be their last memory of me. So I got my journal that I usually write in, and I started to write.
Okay.
I started to write. I was gonna write a little last living letter or whatever. I don't know. I was gonna write something just so they know whatever. And then this is when I heard the clearest voice ever, the Holy Spirit. So as I was gonna write, I said, no, I can't die because I don't want to leave them. I didn't really care about anything else.
Okay.
I didn't want to leave my niece and nephew without an uncle. And so I went and stood by the door. he told my guys fried. I went and stood by the door, and they were right outside the door. I heard them just laughing and playing. And I said, I'm just gonna fall out. And then when they hear me, then they'll call the police, and then whoop-de whoop. I didn't want them to find me. Just I want them at least whatever. So I stood by the door, and my life flashed before my eyes. Things started getting bright. I started to see the white lights.
Mm-hmm.
And then the voice I heard told me to breathe. And the voice I heard was the voice that I speak to myself in my brain all the time. Like, hey, I got to do this today. I got to do that. It's just the voice I hear in my head.
So your mind's voice.
No.
It wasn't your mind's voice. Okay.
It spoke to me in my same voice. It spoke to me in my same voice.
All right. Can I cut to the chase real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay. So let me ask you. I mean, yeah, because you had like 3 minutes.
We're getting a lot of views. We're getting a lot of views in here, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So you got, and we're on YouTube too. So,
okay, cool.
That was about 3 minutes. So I want to jump in and I want to ask you. So then when I talk to people who are Hindus, I talk to people who are Norse pagans, and I talk to people who are Wiccans who have very similar experiences than yours, that makes all those religions true, right? So when when a Hindu says he heard Vishnu talk to him after, a bad episode like what you had, or I got a Wiccan who tells me, someone cast a spell on me and they blew some stuff in my face, and then I heard the voice of the goddess. That means they heard the voice of the goddess, right?
That is, you asked for my experience.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what you've done is, but see, the thing is that we can go into, the Native Americans used to take peyote to have to commune with the spirits. So that means they really commune with the spirits, right?
I can't confirm that. I don't know much about that.
Okay. So, well, see, what I'm getting at is that every religion has that type of story, something very similar or, exactly the same. And so what you've done is you've confirmed that every belief is true. So that can't be right.
No, I don't.
So how did you verify that your personal experience was actually a personal experience versus all these other ones that I've talked about?
Because you asked about a personal experience, keyword personal.
And how does a personal experience make something true? Because like I said, if you've got your personal experience, they've got their personal experience, but their personal experience they didn't come to the same conclusion you did. They came to a completely different conclusion. So how could similar personal experiences come to different truths?
Again, you didn't ask for evidence. You asked for personal experience.
I asked for evidence.
Evidence of personal experience?
I didn't say evidence of personal experience. You said, no, I said, what is your best evidence that God is just? You came in with personal experience. I didn't say evidence of personal experience. I said evidence of the personal accounting for the hope that's within you. An accounting.
Right.
That's not, I didn't ask for personal experience. I asked for an accounting for the hope that's within you.
So what does that look like?
I don't know.
Exactly.
What's it look like to you?
How can I prove to you truth or law if you don't even know what it looks like?
Well, I ask a question?
It's not for
anyway?
me. Yeah, it's not for me to determine that.
How would you know for sure? Even if somehow we were to believe that a God did that, There is no way for you to prove to me that that was Jesus that did that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That could have been another god. That could have been, frankly, that could have been a demon. But more than likely, and this is coming from somebody who partakes on a regular basis, that was just a bad trip, my dude. Everybody's had them. Everybody thinks they're unaliving when they have it. Yes, it
no.
is. It was.
Hold on, Miss
And
Crystal.
then you turn to the one thing that comforted you most during your bad trip,
Miss
and I'm
Crystal.
glad it helped you out.
Miss Crystal.
But it was just a bad trip, my dude.
Miss Crystal. I was fully aware of what was going on.
Yeah.
For context, for a good majority of my youth, I used to smoke.
Okay.
This time, I smoked like a quarter of it, and my heart started beating really fast. So I was fully
No, I'm
aware
not
of what
saying
was
they
going
didn't
on.
spike it, but what they spiked it with made you have a bad trip. You hallucinated, and you came out of it just
Yeah.
like. Have you ever heard that the recording of the cops? It's a man and wife who he took some of the brownies home from the
Yeah.
evidence locker.
Yes, and they ate it by accident or
And
something like that. Yeah.
And they ate it all, and then they're crying on the phone, and they go, we're dying, oh my God, I think we're dead. And they think that they're already dead while they're talking to 911.
Yes.
It is hilarious.
It's pretty funny. So now then how did you determine then, how did you verify that it wasn't a hallucination, like just a substance induced hallucination, and it actually was the Holy Spirit talking to you?
If you had a hallucination, if you had a quote unquote bad trip right now as you were speaking, would you consider it divine intervention, or would you just consider it, oh, I was breathing the wrong air?
Well, it would be if I had a bad trip right now, since I don't do any substances.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. So if I don't do any substances, I would look for an explanation. I would go to the doctor. I would get tested. I would do this. I would do that. People have hallucinations all the time without any type of substance or anything. It might be something in my brain. I would rule everything out. That's why I'm asking you, how did you verify it was not a hallucination and it was the Holy Spirit talking to you?
It's just something you know.
It's just, so you just know, so it's vibes, but then again, you have just demonstrated that every religion is true. Because if we're just going to go by vibes, everybody has vibes. That means every religion is true.
So okay, this brings up a good point. You want to go back to evidence, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So explain to me why, and when Jesus, he talked about Moses and being on the ark, and he told him to gather his family. I mean, not Noah, it's Noah, sorry.
All right.
When he gathered his family, he told him, come on the ark, bring 2 of each animal, and I'm going to flood the entire earth for 40 days and 40 nights.
Okay.
I'm sure you know about that story in the Bible, right?
Right. So you're telling me just because Jesus mentioned it, that makes him God?
No, this brings up a good point. And that wasn't Jesus who mentioned it. Jesus didn't mention that.
Okay.
So explain to me why there's evidence of sea fossils on Mount Everest.
The reason why is because Mount Everest was once underwater, number one.
Exactly.
But it wasn't because of a worldwide flood. And number two, tectonic plates. Science has already demonstrated what the reason is.
No, that's impossible.
That's impossible. How do you know that? What's your evidence? How do you know it's impossible?
You're saying the highest place on Earth was once underwater because of tectonic plates.
No, I didn't say because of tectonic plates.
What did you say?
It's tectonic plates that moved because Everest wasn't one underwater per se. Maybe not, but it was. There was a lot more water back then, and then they settled at some point on Mount Everest, and tectonic plates moved them upward. So it's tectonic plates. I mean, you can Google this. It's really easy to look up.
But Everest is the tallest natural point on Earth, correct?
It wasn't always that way.
So what was then?
I don't know.
Exactly.
But you got it. Okay. Well, then this works the same. I don't need evidence to disprove things because that's.
Route wasn't.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing.
The error route was not the highest, and they thought it was when they landed. They thought they were on the highest mountain in the world when they came to rest, but they weren't. So we know that's
start the
wrong.
kick bowl. Yeah, but see, here's the problem. I'm not required to give you proof that something isn't real. You're required to prove something is real. That's
So
like,
how are you supposed to?
because
How are
here's,
you supposed to have? Oh, sorry.
okay,
Go ahead,
then.
go ahead.
Okay, so this is a perfect example. Do you know for sure whether or not little blue men live inside of Venus?
I don't know who that is.
You don't know that, right?
No.
Okay, so prove that they're not.
So how can you prove to me that it is?
No, you gotta prove to me that there's not. You just told me I have to prove to you that this didn't happen. So it goes the same for you. It's consistency. Prove to me that there are no little blue men living inside of Venus. Prove it.
But the point is, right? You haven't proved to me that.
Don't pivot. Don't pivot. You got to answer the question. Prove to me that there are no little blue men living inside of Venus. Prove it.
Because truth goes both ways. Nobody has ever been to Venus.
Prove that they're okay. Then prove it.
Nobody has ever been to Venus.
That's a cop out. You need to prove it. Prove that there are no little blue men living inside of Venus.
I mean, you're asking me if unicorns are real. I mean, and saying prove it. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, it's the same. It's the same to me. It's the same to me saying prove that God doesn't exist. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
So why
you don't prove something like that as a negative? That's like saying prove Santa Claus doesn't exist. Prove leprechauns doesn't exist. You do know that the Wiccans have a book on fairies. It's a holy book of fairies, and they demonstrate, and to them that is proof that fairies exist, along with fairy rings in the forest, or they'll find fairy wings in the forest. So that being the case, prove that. Do you believe in fairies?
They probably do exist.
They probably do. But do you believe that they have all the magical powers that Wiccans claim they do?
I'm sure they probably do.
They probably do.
I've never seen a fairy. I don't know.
Okay, so then you should be a Wiccan.
Just because I believe in fairy.
If fairies probably exist, then you should be a Wiccan and you should practice witchcraft, right?
Doesn't mean that I believe in them above the holy God.
Okay. So why don't you then do Wiccan spells to invoke fairies?
Because in the Bible it says you should not put no other god before me.
Well, I didn't say they were gods.
Well, that's what it says, and I'm talking about in the Bible, and I follow the Bible.
Yeah, and I didn't say fairies are gods. I just said they exist and that they have powers.
You shouldn't do necromancy and witchcraft and all of those other things.
All right. Hey, listen, bands, they have voted on to move on to the next guest, but I appreciate you coming up.
Hey, it was a good debate, man. We got you live jumping.
Yep. Have a good one.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Band.
Good to meet
Have
you.
a good day.
Thanks for the cordial
too,
conversation. Thanks for the cordial debate. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
That was cordial, but
That was.
yeah, a lot of category errors, fallacies, all that stuff. Bad argument to say prove something isn't true. That's not how it works. We don't prove things as untrue. We prove them as true. We hold them as not true until you prove them as true. That's how it works. I mean, you do that with everything, right? You do that with everything. But this God belief is just the exception. Yeah. Like no one ever,
you got
right?
A guy in chat say the same thing. Will Seeks Truth is saying, one, he thinks that atheists are saying there is no God. Okay, and
that's not true.
That's not what we're saying.
That ain't true.
And then he said that we have the burden to prove there is no God. And,
nope, we do not have the burden.
Can't do that.
Can't do that. Then you have the burden then to prove that Krishna is not real. You have the burden of proof to say that Krishna is not, or Brahma is not the ultimate God, is not above God, your God.
The definition of atheist is not that we say there is no God. That is not the definition.
That's not true. Yep, not true. So y'all need to, man. Crystal, I just put out a video today. It was a conversation I had. Dude crashed out because he was trying to redefine nature. And so I just went and looked up nature in the dictionary, and it completely blew up his whole argument. And then he crashed out on me because he was like, well, we don't want to look at definitions. He literally said that. well, we don't want to look at definitions. I'm like, then what the fuck are we?
No. Don't do that, right?
Yeah, don't do that.
do
I'm like, that's crazy.
Will, I didn't misread what you said. You are saying that both parties need to show evidence for their claim, but atheists aren't
Atheism
making
isn't a
claim,
claim.
Will, that you say
It's not
we're
a claim.
making. We're not
Yeah.
making a claim.
Yeah. Atheism is not a claim. Yeah. Non-belief is not a claim. It is because the default is non-belief. You don't believe something until somebody claims something, and then either you believe it or you don't. So it's a state of mind. It's not, but it's not, we're not negating anything. See, this is the thing. You all need to go look at a dictionary. Okay, so are we gonna, do I gotta dunk on people who aren't even up on the live? Do I gotta do that? I guess I gotta do that. My God. Okay. So, God's favorite. How much you want to bet? Here, I'll bet you a month's salary that you're wrong. What's your God's favorite? Define atheist. I'll bet you a month's salary, and I guarantee you'll make a lot more than I will. I guarantee it. So this actually will help you. But I'll bet you a month's salary. So define atheist before I put it up here and show that you're wrong. Atheism is the rejection of all other existing theological explanations. Wrong. Wrong. Atheist means they don't partake in theism. Wrong.
An atheist is a person who does not believe in the
Van's
existence
got it right.
of God or any gods.
There it is. That is not a belief statement. That is not a claim. It is a lack of belief. A lack of belief is not a claim. Thank you, Bands. I appreciate you. So you gotta teach your fellow Christians, man. They don't know what they're talking about. It doesn't matter. Yeah. See, you're just trying to define it. That's not what it says in the dictionary. Again, look up the dictionary. Unless you're going to tell Oxford language. Well, actually, go right to Oxford language and tell them they're wrong. You got to take it over the Oxford language. It's not us. You got to take it up with them. Yeah, that's how things work. All right, let's bring up the next one. Okay, so we're going to stay a lot more linear this time. We're not debating God's existence. We are debating whether or not God is just. So that's what we're going to be talking about. So
that's what I was hoping you would get to, because I want to hear your arguments on it. I'm excited.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So again, you got to be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and please have evidence that God is just. So I let it slip for Bands because Bands was chill, but I'm tightening it up now. So
yeah, he was chill.
He was chill, so I let it go. But all right, what's going on, Edgar? I think Edgar might have dropped. Yeah, looks like he did. All right. So let's go to the next one. All right, how's it going?
What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. All right, so, oh yeah, I keep forgetting to ask this. Okay, so can you tell me your age and your pronouns?
Yes, sir, I can. I am 19, and I prefer going by he or him.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, which God do you believe in?
Personally, I believe in Yahweh. I believe in Jesus.
Okay. All right. And what is your best evidence that God is just?
I'd say my best evidence that God is just is that, well, I feel like, I guess me asking you to reframe your question, would you mean like personal experience overall or just what I know from the Bible?
Well, just your evidence that he's just.
Well,
like how do you know he's just?
I feel like so a big part of my understanding and my belief of God is me thinking that he's a perfect being that ultimately has to uphold reality, and I think that a perfect being has to be constantly changing, and I think it has to abide by logic, and I think that justice inherently is a logical thing, and so I know I'm probably not the best at explaining stuff like this, but I think it ties in with his nature of being the purposer and the structure holding being of reality.
Okay. Well, because I heard you start it with I feel like, and it's my opinion, and feelings
Yeah.
and opinions aren't evidence, right? So, we want data and facts. So what facts support the assertion that God is just? Because you're saying it's his nature. Well, like what facts do we have of his nature?
Yeah.
What facts do we have of anything that you just said? Like data points.
100%. So, well, what I like to always go back to personally, because I believe in my belief and my views, I
Mhm.
believe every single point of credibility on it all hinges on the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I personally believe that he was resurrected, and if I'm not mistaken, I think I remember seeing somewhere that he appeared to a couple hundred people after his death in his transfigured form,
Well,
and
how
there were
does
people that
how does Jesus's resurrection demonstrate God is just?
Well, because whenever Jesus has a resurrection, then that means it shows that he has serious. For me, if I see a person that resurrects and raises from the dead, I'm going to take what they say seriously because I'm going to see that they're set apart from a normal person that I would meet on a day-to-day basis. And whenever Jesus was on earth, every single time he would talk to somebody, or if there was any kind of documented word that he made, it was always loving, it was always kind. He always put grace and mercy before punishment. He was never really going out of his way to hurt people, and he was always trying to help people.
Okay. So okay, so I'm still not following. This is what we call a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. So I'm not following. How I don't know how any of this
Yeah,
demonstrates that God is just.
yeah. Well,
Because
see,
just
my
because it
whole
just
thing
so
is
wait, hold on. Just so I clarify,
yeah.
are you saying because you think that Jesus rose from the dead, you're saying, well, if since he rose from the dead, I better believe what he says, so that means everything else in the Bible is true. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, and yeah, and I also don't just believe in the resurrection on pure faith. I've done a little bit of research into it, which it was at the beginning of my walk with God, which is a while back. So I don't remember the exact statistics, but I remember there was a lot of documentation that pointed to a lot of different people at different places, completely unrelated at different times, claiming they seen the Christ resurrected. And not only that, they were actually the early Christians were under persecution for not bowing down to Caesar,
Okay.
and there was hundreds of people that died for what they had claimed to have seen, not for what they believed in, but for what they had claimed to have seen. And
Okay.
me personally, I wouldn't die for a lie like that, much less I think hundreds of people would.
Okay. So I'm still not following how any of this demonstrates that God is just, because you could easily say Jesus. We can even just grant that Jesus resurrected from the dead. So are you
Yeah.
saying then because there were witnesses to Jesus resurrecting from the dead, then that must be true?
Well, I believe that in tandem with his claims of having equivalency with God, he said before Abraham was, I am, and he says he can't do anything except for his will. Of course, there's the Holy Trinity, three persons, one God. But I
I don't know how
believe
any
that
of
it
this
is,
is related to that. I'm not
yeah.
following. I'm sorry. None of this is
Well,
related. Yeah,
so when you say evidence, do you mean concrete 100% proof or evidence that would suggest a likely outcome?
a data point. Like for example, if somebody if a detective has a hunch that somebody committed a crime, that's not evidence, right?
Yeah.
They have a hunch. They need evidence, right? They need a
Yes.
fingerprint, they need something. They need a witness statement, something. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking. That's what
Yeah.
evidence is. It can be forensic evidence, it could be scientific evidence, it can be something, but just like what you're kind of and you're trying to tie the resurrection to God being just, and it's not working. It just doesn't. It doesn't follow. Like I said, it's not
Yeah.
following. It's just basically saying like what it basically says is it's like me saying, well, because I got a car in my garage, my dog is really hyper. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't follow, right? So, you gotta fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will do my best to try to fill in the blanks.
Okay.
So going back to what I originally said on how the resurrection is what is the hinge for my entire belief,
Mm-hmm.
I personally believe that anybody, not just Jesus, anybody, whether it be Buddha, anybody I might even meet in modern day time, if I were to see a person or hear that 500 people died for claiming to have seen this person resurrect in person, I
Okay.
would want to pay very great attention to what they were saying.
Okay.
And whenever Jesus was on earth, multiple people, and including the Apostle John, which lived with him for multiple years, claimed there was no sin in the man. And he also preached many things regarding Yahweh and who God was and God's nature, about how God was perfectly loving and how God perfectly sustains existence, and how if there's no sin in Jesus and Jesus claims equivalency with God, and there is sufficient, not proof, but evidence to make me believe that Jesus is God, I believe that that would also make Jesus' words true.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. All right. So then that means if there's witnesses that Jesus resurrected from the dead, are you saying that if there are witnesses of other people resurrecting, then those people resurrected as well?
Well, I believe it depends on the number of witnesses, the documentation surrounding it, and
Okay.
I don't think it hinges on whether or not just if there were witnesses or not, because obviously there's people out there that say they witnessed Bigfoot in the forest. That doesn't mean Bigfoot was in the
Okay.
forest.
So
There's kids
30,000,
out there that
we have documented evidence that 30,000 people witnessed Nero rising from the dead. He's the emperor of Rome. So 30,000 people witnessed Nero, the resurrected Nero. So that's true, right? Because that's way more than 500. It's 30,000. And
well,
it's
I don't
documented in history.
yeah.
So
So
Nero rose from the dead, right?
I don't personally believe that's very true.
Well, it's not
And
whether
but
you
it
believe it. We're using the same exact evidence you just gave, and you said it depends on the number of people who resurrected. So we
yeah.
can infer by what you said that it's at least 500. So we have
Yeah.
30,000. So that means it's
Yeah.
true that Nero resurrected from the dead, right?
Well, to complete what you were saying, I also did mention that it's not just on whether or not there were witnesses or the number. You also have to take in the context of the situation. For example, to expand upon my point, Nero is a very human individual. He was susceptible to the same things that most humans are. You know, humans get angry easily. We make mistakes. We do things that are wrong. Jesus Christ was uh he was documented to have just been set apart from humans in such
Well, what
a
evidence do you have
different
that
way.
only Jesus could rise from the dead? Because I think that's what
Well,
you're saying. Are you saying that only Jesus can rise from the dead? Nobody else. Jesus was a very
well,
specific, unique case. He was the only one that could have done this. Is that what you're saying?
I don't believe that to be true, because it was all because I also do believe that Lazarus was raised from the dead,
Okay.
and I also do believe that there was another girl that Jesus rose from the dead.
So those people never got angry. They were perfect. What? Well, I don't understand. So
Well,
why are
my
you trying to
understanding,
say that Lazarus didn't rise, or I'm sorry, Nero didn't rise from the dead? Because we've got the same exact evidence that you just gave us. You first said it was the number of witnesses and documented. It was documented. That's both of those things are true with Nero. So that means Nero rose
yeah,
from the dead, right? You have
yeah.
to believe it
Well,
because it
well,
meets your standard of evidence.
Well, the difference for me that it comes down to is that 30,000 people might have claimed to have seen him, but 30,000 people didn't die in opposition for their belief, being challenged for their belief.
Oh, actually,
And
they
so
did.
I
They
feel like,
actually did. A lot of them died, believing that Nero rose from the dead.
who
You know
were
how
they under
we know?
persecution of?
You know how we know that?
Oh,
The reason we know that is because the resurrected Nero tried to overthrow Rome with an army of 30,000 people, and so a lot of those people died. They died in the battle, and then they were rounded up and executed by the Roman state. You know, probably a few got away, but for the large majority of them died. because of this belief that Nero rose from the dead.
So essentially, you're saying there was a 30,000 person army that
Yeah,
tried to
it's
overthrow
documented in history.
Rome.
So what I'm at, so that means that Nero rose from the dead, right? I mean,
So,
that means it's
so
true.
oh
He
yeah.
rose from the dead.
So you're saying these 30,000 people tried to overthrow Rome, and their reasoning was that they were being led by a resurrected Nero?
Yeah. They joined Nero's army. He conscripted, he tried to get people to join his army, and he was very successful at it. He said he was the resurrected Nero. He was going to, because Rome was in a pretty messed up state at the time. So he said he was going to fix everything, and he was going to restore Rome to its glory. And I mean, so that means that Nero rose from the dead, right?
Yeah. Well, so to be 100% intellectually honest with you, your point of argument, I find that to be very appealing, and I feel like there's a very good basis in that. I just believe there's also multiple other pillars that are foundational to my faith.
Okay. Well, can we get back to the God is just thing now? Can we get back to that?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So, how do you define just?
So I believe that in my own personal rough translation definition of it, I feel like in order for there to be a system of justice, there first has to be a system of objective morality.
Okay.
Because if there is no objective morality, then good and evil are just human things, and as soon as humans are gone, so is good and evil with it.
All right.
And
What is
so
objective morality? Sorry, I have to
believe
jump
that
in because I gotta clarify these terms. Hey, Godwin, what up? All right. So yeah,
Oh,
what's
you're good.
objective morality?
I believe that objective morality means that there has to be a certain difference between good and evil
Okay.
that is outside, that transcends human logic.
Okay, I got
it
you.
applies to human logic, but it's not because of human logic.
All right. Sorry, I gotta pause. I paused the clock, but we have to fulfill a legal obligation here. So where's Hammy at? There's Hammy. There's Hammy. Hammy's here. Hammy's there. Hammy's everywhere. All right. So hang tight. Damon's Throne. The hamster's here. Reading incoming. Oh, I gotta get the music ready. Damn. I'm lagging behind. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know what the hell is going on, every time Hammy comes into the chat, we are legally obligated to first, we got to play royal entrance music, and then second, Hammy has to do a reading for us. So he did a wonderful reading yesterday.
Hey, friend.
Hey, friend, how you doing? King Hammy of Hamelot?
Howdy, howdy. How are we doing, my fine loyal subjects?
We are doing awesome. And your entrance music is coming here any moment. There it is. And there it is. What do you have for us today? Yes, legally obligated, board agnostic. And the reason why we're legally obligated is a referendum was issued in this live, and chat voted on it, and it overwhelmingly passed. So there was a petition. There was acceptable. Yes. And we may have a legal challenge from the other Mike soon, because his contention is we have to play the entire entrance song. So so this law may change soon. It may change.
It may.
We may have an entire, yeah. And then they may even vote to select the specific royal entrance music. And that shit may be 5 minutes long. So you just don't know. You don't know how chat's going to do this.
You never know. Chat,
you never know.
Chat, it gets wild sometimes.
Yep. It's exactly. So what do you got for us today, sir?
Unfortunately, it is not going to be one from me like I did last time.
Oh, but that's
this
okay.
one. But this one is, I would say, is far better than anything I could ever write. Because this one comes from none other than the one and only, the great and legendary Maya Angelou.
Maya Angelou, what a fine choice. I love it.
And this particular piece is Caged Bird.
Oh, I love that one. I love that book.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a great book. You all should read that book if you haven't read it. Great book. I got it for my daughter.
A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends, and dips his wing in the orange sun rays, and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The cage bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the cage bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade wind soft through the sighing trees, and the fat worms waiting on the dawn bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a cage bird stands on the grave of dreams, his shadow shouts on a nightmare's scream. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The cage bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the cage bird sings of freedom.
Woo! And I just realized we could play the end. We could, because I only play a partial of the entrance music. We just play the rest of it at the end after you're done. And I think we could fulfill. We could satisfy the other mic. Get rid of that legal challenge. Would that work? The other mic?
Would that work? The other mic?
Yeah.
Or
would that
are you
work?
still trying to?
I am so sorry. I was actually talking to ChatGPT. I really was. I'm sorry. I wasn't listening.
Oh, we didn't hear you. It's all good. Yeah, we didn't hear you.
I do want to say I appreciate you having a good discussion, because I was on live with somebody else earlier, and it just he was just overall kind of being interrupting and wasn't really hearing me out. Plus, I want to say I am very appreciative of you backing your claims with evidence, and also you being coherent with your claims and not branching off to unnecessary things.
No problem. All right. Yeah, you got it. Well, hey, I appreciate you being cordial too and polite. So I appreciate that. All right. Well, okay. Well, hey, yeah. It's all good that you were talking to ChatGPT. It's all good. Well, I guess we'll get back to it. So let's restart the timer and let's continue on. Okay. So
I will ask that you drop me down though, because I have not slept yet and
Oh.
I am exhausted.
say
But I
less.
saw that you were live real quick, and I said, let's go and give a reading real quick.
Thank you, King Hammy of Hamelot. So everybody, King Hammy of Hamelot, follow W, coins, all that's good stuff. But enjoy your sleep, my friend. Have a good day.
Y'all as well.
Right on. All right. So back to you, sir. All right. So we were going over objective morality. That's what we were talking about. So you were explaining what objective morality means.
Yeah. So I believe that objective morality has to consist of some sort of moral rule-based system that transcends human rule.
I totally
Because
agree.
I feel like if it was totally under human rule, and like in principle, that it would be subject to selfish desires and just ultimately the instability of the human mind.
Okay. Well, that part I separate from, but I do agree because I'm an objective moral realist. So I'm with you for a lot of that. I'm with you. So I agree on a lot of that. Now, you would agree then that objective means mind independent, right?
Well, I believe
That's what it's
personally-
defined as.
So I believe it would have to be mind independent from human minds. I believe that.
So you carve out a little exception for God.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, the reason I say that is because I believe that morality, in the terms of how we experience it and how it applies to us, it applies to this reality and this world and this universe.
Perfect.
And so it is. I don't think it's limited to this world and this universe, but in the way we experience it, I
Mm-hmm.
think since it's an objective thing that transcends matter and energy,
Yeah.
I think that it has to come from a source that is intentional that transcends matter and energy.
All right. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to trap you. So, Dame Storm, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Very good. See, I let people know ahead of time. I'm gonna trap them. So here it is. Here it comes. Is it objectively moral to punish people who have not committed a sin in place of a person who has committed the sin?
And I do not believe so. No, sir.
You do not. Okay.
No,
All
sir.
right. Okay. So let's go to First Chronicles chapter 21. I just had it up and I got to go back to it. Where is it at? Oh my, yeah. First Chronicles chapter 21. All right. So here, I'll put it up on screen. So we're gonna kind of whiz through a lot of this because it's a pretty long read. But have you read First Chronicles chapter 21? You know what happens there?
I actually have not. Is it Old or New
Okay.
Testament?
It's Old Testament.
All right.
So this is it's titled The Census and the Plague. So essentially, I'm gonna summarize it, but I'll read the important part, like the key parts. But essentially, what happened is that David conducted a census against God's will, against God's command. And so
I know the story.
yeah, you know the story. Okay, so when God found out,
the angel of the Lord, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so God was displeased and he struck Israel. And David said to God, I have sinned greatly in that I've done this thing, but now please remove the guilt of your servant, for I've done this very foolishly. And so the Lord spoke to Gad, David's seer, saying, go and say to David, thus says the Lord, 3 things I offer you. Choose one so that I may do it to you. So Gad came to David. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. I had it covered. Gad came to David and said to him, thus says the Lord, take your choice, either 3 years of famine, 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on the land, and the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the territory of Israel. Now I decide what answer I shall return to the one who sent me. Then David said to God, I am in great distress. Let me fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is very great, but let me not fall into human hands. So the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel, and 70,000 people fell in Israel. So that's the key part here. So was that objectively moral for God to do?
I believe that
Oh, wait, I have to say it like this. So it was objectively moral for God to do, right? To kill 70,000 people for David disobeying him.
I believe it might not be objectively ideal, but given certain circumstances, I believe it's not outside of the realm of possibility for it to be objectively moral.
Okay. Well, it either it is or it's not. So you have to. So you said that God operates under objective morality, right? Or God defines objective morality. So anything God does is objectively moral.
I do believe that, yeah.
Okay,
And
so
so
that
I
means
believe
so that means him killing 70,000 people to punish David, people who did not take part of the census, who did not disobey God, that was objectively moral.
I believe so, yeah.
Wow.
I don't think, I don't think
That is
necessarily.
wild. At least he was
I
honest.
don't think, yeah. Well,
That's
because
wild.
I'm going to be, I do want to be intellectually honest. I don't want to, just change my views.
Okay.
But I do also want to be grounded in saying that, just for one, I haven't really done enough contextual reading for that specific passage to really even feel confident enough to give black and white yes or no answers. And
All
I
right.
do also believe that when it comes to giving black and white yes or no answers without context and without understanding, I feel like it leaves room for human error.
Okay. So in what context is it morally acceptable to punish someone who has not committed a sin in order to punish someone who hasn't committed a sin because someone else committed a sin? What moral principle does God have that explains this?
Yeah. Well, I guess let me I guess, in my opinion, it comes down to a theory of lesser evils. For example, let's say you were kidnapped by somebody and you had two choices. You 100% were forced to do one: either kill one person or kill two people. Killing the one person might not be morally ideal, but it is the morally correct choice. And the reason I say that is because God's judgment, it wasn't just divine judgment, it was also chastising for the people. And I believe that
What did the people
if
do?
well, I believe it wasn't as much what the people did as in how David represented the people. So David was the leader, he was the king, and if he were to succumb to temptation and pride, his influence would have ripple effects across the entire kingdom and make it unstable. And it is clearly stated in the Bible and seen the Israelites go through a cycle of worshiping, and because they've been blessed and had prosperity, they get comfortable and then they worship false gods, and then they do horrible things like ritual child sacrifice, orgies, all this and that.
Okay, I'm
And so I think it's moral for the same reason God sent the flood on the earth, not because
okay.
it's ideal, because it was divine judgment.
Okay, so what you're saying then is in a class, like let's just imagine a classroom and a kid cheats and the teacher catches that kid cheating. You're saying it would be morally justified for that teacher to punish the entire rest of the class for that one kid cheating and not the kid.
I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily say justified unless it is inside of a coherent system. For
Well, yeah,
example, when I
it
was
would prevent instead of punishing the kid for cheating, the teacher is going to punish the entire class so
yeah,
it doesn't lead to things like I'm just using your example, so it doesn't lead to
yeah,
things like bullying, it doesn't lead to things like skipping school, and more cheating. So it's
yeah,
for a greater good. It's a
yeah.
lesser evil
Well,
to so wait, it's a lesser evil to punish more people for one person's wrongdoing.
yeah.
What?
So I think I get what you mean. So my example, for example, when I was 14, I'm 19 now, but when I was 14, I got into a little bit of legal trouble and I got sent
Uh-huh.
to this pretty much it was like a military style boot camp. So
Yeah.
while we were there, we were separated in platoons, and if one person did something wrong, everybody in the team would have to
Well,
pay
why did
for
they
it.
do that
No,
though? Because it's
well, the
military style.
reason
There's
they
a
did
reason
that,
for that. Yeah, there's a reason
yeah,
that you do it in the military. There's a
yeah,
reason.
and so it's
It's
for
still
order
wrong,
and
but
it's
there's a
for
reason you do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's for order and coherence and mutual understanding that our actions have impact on others, whether or not we realize it.
It
So
is well,
David,
it's what it is also is to demonstrate that you are all a unit. And so
yeah,
in a military instance, like if you're out like if you're engaging the enemy, you can't do things individually. You have to work as a unit. And so
yeah,
that's what they're basically telling you is to follow orders and do your job and work as a unit because that could keep
yeah,
you alive. So that's the reason
yeah,
for that. Now, we also have research that demonstrates that you can achieve that in other ways instead of punishing the entire unit. But
yeah,
the other part of it is that so that's what I'm trying to understand. So what we should do in a legal sense then. So if a judge um, has is about to sentence a person for committing a crime, and he says, "Okay, for your crime, sir, of committing all these robberies, I'm going to punish the entire city of Charleston for your crime." Would that be just to do?
I don't think it would be just because the person being punished has no interest for the well-being of the city, but David knew he was a man after God's own heart, and he
Okay.
always was he knew the weight of his role, and he knew that every single thing he did had a ripple effect against the entire kingdom.
Yeah,
And
this still
because the
isn't
time is
following.
getting yeah, well, because the time is getting a little bit short, I also do want to mention two things before the time ends. For one, the way I see things when it comes to life and God taking life or giving life, I believe He is the originator of life. So it's our lives are never really ours to own. I believe it is up to Him not to act irrationally with it, but
Okay.
in the sense that He might sometimes do things that are out of our comprehensibility, and I'm not using that as a cop out, but really just being intellectually honest. Whenever
Okay.
I think that God is eternal and that He is
So,
outside of our realm of thinking.
okay. So if it's outside your comprehension, then if this God were evil and just wanted to make 70,000, just kill 70,000 people just because he's evil, if it's outside of your comprehension, you have no way to know if that's true.
Yeah. Well, if there was if God was truly evil, we wouldn't exist in the first place in the sense
Well,
of what it
if
means to
if we
exist
if
with
we were here
life.
certainly to for his pleasure and so he could torture and make us suffer, yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be a reason
Yeah.
for him to create us and put us here. Right?
Yeah. But
That would be a reason.
if he is eternally powerful, then and if that eternally hypothetical powerful and evil God were to exist, I think we would be in a constant eternal state of torture
How do you
that
know that?
transcends. Well, because you got to think about it. If you take a God that's eternally evil and eternally powerful, he's not going to settle. He's not going to settle for some small thing like
Oh,
stabbing somebody.
okay.
He's going
Just
to
want to
put
announce
somebody in the
resist
worst.
oppression. You renewed. You became a member for 1 month. I think you renewed. Either that or you're a new member. Either way, congratulations and thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for doing that. Well, okay. So I hear what you're saying, Damon, but the problem with that is that because you believe right now God is all good, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, he's omni-good, omnibenevolent. Are we in a constant state of benevolence, a constant state of bliss, a constant state of happiness?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
But
So then that means that an evil God wouldn't put us in an eternal state of torture and misery. It doesn't. God doesn't have to do that because see, the thing is if you're going to require an evil God do that, that means the opposite would have to be true. That an all good God would have us in a state of all goodness, and that's not true. Like as you've
that is
acknowledged.
100% true until you factor in one thing, and that is human free will.
Okay, so there still could be human free will in an evil God world. And an evil God could have a world that just like this, and then at the end of it, there could be a system of eternal torture for everybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, free will in terms of humans being created by an outside force is obviously a gift in the sense that we have a distinguishable identity separate from the rest of the existing entities of the world. And a benevolent God, or not benevolent, I'm sorry, an evil God, I feel like would do that. But when it comes to free will, I just don't see how that fits in with an evil God because it's
the reason
about
why,
forcing.
because this evil God could give us free will so that he can separate those who commit good acts to send them to hell, and then those who commit evil acts to send them to heaven. Like, like the Donald Trumps of the world in an evil God's world would get sent straight up to heaven. The Stephen Millers of the world get sent straight up to heaven. The people who do good deeds, who, try to be morally good, they just get sent to hell. And the way he weeds them out is through free will.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that would imply that an evil God would have any realistic sense of mercy or judgment or thinking, oh, you're on my side of the dark
No, if the ends
kingdom, so
justify
I'm
the means.
good
I mean,
way.
but I mean, if the ends justify the means, and the end game
Why
is to,
wouldn't they know?
why wouldn't he? So he would have like moments of mercy. Like for example, the Yahtzees in the 40s, they had moments of mercy. Like individuals would show mercy who were, extremely evil people. They would show moments of mercy because they wanted to toy with people. They wanted to fuck with them. So that could be God's purpose.
Sociopaths, they can't even show true empathy, know how to mimic empathy.
Yeah, they know how to mimic
They know
it.
how to mimic those things.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
believe
because
that,
it's a means to an end. So that's what I'm saying, that this evil God would have a means to an end in order to, be evil, torture us, mess with us, make us suffer, and you could show mercy to someone for the intent and purpose of making them suffer. Go ahead and say what you want next. I'm just going to start the kick poll, and Crystal, of course, chime in when you feel you want to.
I got you.
Yep.
So I guess my last closing point, I want to say it's been great talking. But I guess last thing I would have to say is that on that same topic with an evil God, I feel like in order for our temporary world to exist, because the universe did have a beginning that's been scientifically proven with the Big Bang, we can't see past that. So I can't necessarily say 100% knowledge that the universe uh, did or didn't have a start because I don't know things like that personally.
Mm-hmm.
But
I can't
I
start the
believe
poll. There
that
it goes.
I believe that the world had to have been created by an eternal God. And so an eternal God would be outside of time,
Okay,
therefore
polls have started.
inherently being either the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow, forevermore. Um, I believe he would be unchanging, and he would have us in a worst possible state of agony than we could ever imagine
Well, you don't have
24/7.
any. You don't have any. You don't have any evidence of that. You don't have any
You have
evidence
I
of that.
no
don't.
evidence of that.
Yeah, you're just saying
Here's the
an evil
thing: if
God would
I
just
was
act this way.
evil,
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it's
yeah,
logically
I
coherent.
Wait, hold on,
I
Chris.
feel like it's
What we?
logically.
Wait,
we
well, hold on.
have
What were you gonna
evil.
say, Crystal?
We have evil people in the world right now, and they don't do that. They do evil things, but they
Yeah,
don't live the way you're saying. There are evil people who traffic children. That's evil,
yeah,
evil, evil, evil. But they still actually, they'll even tell you. They do a lot of good things for those
Mm-hmm.
kids. They feed them, clothe them, take care of them, show them love, but they're still evil. They're not
yeah.
constantly torturing the children.
Yeah,
I
and
get
they'll have
that.
and they have animals for pets, and they have family
Yeah,
members who think that they're all world. You know what I mean? So it's not
yeah,
like they're evil like 24/7 constantly. Like it's it's off and on. So I don't. That's what I mean is I don't see
yeah,
why you think that this
yeah,
understanding of an evil God would do that. But anyway, hey
yeah.
Damon, they did vote to move on, but hey, I appreciate you coming up and appreciate the cordial debate.
I got you, man. I appreciate y'all. It's been great. I feel
Nice
Yeah.
like
to
I
meet
learned a
you.
little bit.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Alrighty, y'all too.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I've
Go
really
ahead.
thought about if I was evil, what I would do. Trust. I would first, I would put a tree in a garden, and it would be the knowledge of good and evil.
Right.
And then I would tell you, don't eat that tree because I don't want you to know I'm the evil one.
Right.
And then once you eat that tree, I'm going to blame it all on you. That's
Yeah.
what I would do if
Yeah.
I was evil.
I'd also let a talking snake in the garden. Somehow
Oh,
just leave the door
cool.
open or
That would make
something.
it extra evil.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool. I like that one.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is
And
you
if
can't.
I would
Yeah.
block off the tree of eternal life for you so that you also now have to unalive, so you can't be like me. I
Right.
would block that so you could never get to it again.
Exactly. And yeah, not only that, yeah, after blaming, then, after, creating all these people who do all this evil shit, knowing that they're going to do it also, like, full well they're going to do it. Because everything, you're omnibenevolent, everything that's going to happen. And yet you create these people, you create Satan anyway, you create all these people anyway, and they're going to do all this evil stuff. Then you go, you know what? I'm just going to wipe the world out with everyone except eight people. Because
That's a good plan.
Yeah.
And that would be really evil.
yeah,
Even babies?
even
all the babies,
especially
they would die too?
babies, they're the evilest of all.
What about animals? Animals didn't do anything.
Wipe
Would
them
you
all
do
out.
anything with the animals?
Yep, wipe them.
You
Just
are
restart.
so evil. You
Mhm.
know what would be kind of fun too? Is then I would constantly also put a carrot on a stick in front of them about promised land, but then I'd make them get lost in a desert for 40 years.
Yeah.
It should have taken them 11 days to cross.
That's the
That would
size
be
of a
funny.
suburb.
I think
Yes.
that would be funny. Right?
It's the
That would
size.
be
It's like
hilarious.
the size of like fucking, I don't know, like gardenia or some shit like that.
That's crazy.
Like
yeah.
hundreds of thousands of Israelites lost in empty gardenia for like 40 years. Just imagine that, right? Or La Brea.
I have to tell you something so funny right now, Trust. Here you
What's
are.
that?
We're up here talking about this. Me and you, we're both doing it. We're playing back and forth. We're laughing and having a good time.
Right.
And then there's Mr. ETW Misogynist in the chat who says, man, she is bitter. I wonder what she feels guilty about.
Oh,
We're both
jeez.
doing this. We're both having a good time laughing,
I
but
know.
I'm bitter, Trust.
You're
I'm
like,
bitter.
I don't see it at all. I mean, I don't
I
see it
thought we were
one
having a
bit.
good time.
Yeah, we are having a good time. It's just, it's just, that's why we're trying to crush the patriarchy. That's why we're trying to do it.
That's right.
Because,
Crush it.
yeah, because you know, it's if you're a woman and you're anything but demure and quiet and submissive, then you're angry, you're bitter, something's wrong, something happened to you,
Right?
you're bossy, you're pushy, you're, you know, the other B word that I'm no longer saying, you're that, you know, I'm just like,
And I thought I had two lovely conversations with both of the guests that came up. None of us, you know, we just talked. Nobody
we just
argued.
talked.
Nobody name
Nobody
called.
argued.
And then you and I joked around just now.
Aggressive.
I'm really not sure what about me sounded bitter just now.
Yeah.
Because I'm elevated. I'm feeling pretty good.
I know,
right now,
right?
you know what
I'm just
saying?
like, I mean, this is fun. Yeah. Like we're having a good time. So
It's
I don't
true.
understand.
Theists are very angry. Tam, it's very true. They're very angry.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Oh, wait, you cut off. I don't know if that was you muting or I didn't mute you. No.
Just muted up.
You
I
muted
just
yourself?
muted myself up.
Oh, okay. No worries. No worries. All right. Well, okay, that's good to know. Hey, me, because you're next. Here, let me reset everything. I got to turn off Bible Gateway. Okay. And all right. Hey, me. Let's bring up the next one. How's it going, Hey, me?
Hey there.
Hi.
First of all, I want to start off by saying thanks for your candor.
Yeah.
I totally love having these conversations because I'm a Christian. I was brought up Church of Christ, and
Okay.
I'm not quite your same Christian in the sense that you might experience on a regular basis, but I do have some interpretations I wanted to share for some and I'd love to hear your insight too, because it's a two-way conversation. Right?
Before we get,
I think we're all trying to learn something.
Okay.
So.
Before we get started, just for TikTok purposes, can you give me your age and then can you tell me your preferred pronouns?
I am over the age of 40.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah,
you don't have to give the exact age. Yeah. Well, it's but, I got to make sure you're at least 18. That's the part.
And I'm a female. You can call me whatever you want. He, she, them, they. I go by she and her.
Okay.
And I don't. Yeah, you're good. So you can call me hey, me, and I'll answer.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay. And so, yeah, you said you wanted to share some things with us. And now I just want to make sure it's just related to the topic of God being just. So can we keep it narrowed to that? Yeah. Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. So what you got?
Yeah. And feel free to interrupt me because I can get a little excited. Right. And I want to make sure that this is a conversation.
Sounds good. So. I typically people know me. I typically tend to give people a lot of like leeway, a lot of rope. So, but I will, if it gets to like a minute or so, I'll probably jump in and say, hey, I just want to jump in and I'll probably clarify things, stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I just want to let you know I don't take offense easily.
And my friend Crystal here will probably do the same, Crystal will. Yeah. So we'll clarify. Perfect. We may have a retort, something like that. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think your questions are really good. And these are things that I've struggled with myself too as a Christian, right? Like, so, I mean, these are all valid. So it hasn't actually changed my belief in Christianity fundamentally as a core for who Jesus was and what he spoke with. With that, I'll say that what y'all were referencing in the Old Testament, I think y'all were talking about 1 Chronicles 21.
1 Chronicles 21 through 28. Yep.
So let's circle through that. And what I'll give some insight and what I'd like to hear your opinion on is that, I think the most contentious part that atheists or others will come in and say is that Jesus in Matthew 5:7 comes to say that he didn't come to abolish the law or the prophets, he came to fulfill them. So that's where we say that we're pointing back to the Old Testament. If I'm wrong there, you can correct me, but that's kind of the big point of contention.
Well, not just that, but like for
there's, I mean, a lot
example,
more, but that's
oh
like
yeah, there's a
one
lot more.
example.
That's one example, but the other part of it is that Jesus often referenced the Old Testament. Matthew, albeit he got a lot wrong, referenced prophecies in the Old Testament, and so there's always loopbacks to the Old Testament, so you can't completely forget about it, right? And also, if you're a Christian, you agree that the God of the New Testament is the same as the God of the Old Testament. So you don't just get to wipe away everything that happened in the Old Testament. You have to acknowledge it, and it happened, and those things are there. Yeah. So you got to deal with them.
Right. So you have to kind of deal with that. And the Old Testament was, I mean, let's be real, it's pretty brutal. I think what I've come to appreciate about the Bible is they don't really hide anything about how horrible humanity was, right? I mean, at least they documented that shit, because I mean, some of the stuff is pretty messed up. Now, whether or not we follow it to that, so what I want to say on the fulfill the prophecy is that, I want to speak to this first and kind of highlight a few key points before I go back to Chronicles. So the first part is for in Matthew, where he says, that he didn't come to or that he came to fulfill the law. That just means that, according to the teachings of how I've grown up and interpreted the scripture, is that we're not moving forward in the same way that was moved forward before, right? And there are different types of laws that were over. We had moral law, we had ceremonial law, and we had civil law.
Scholars don't agree with you there.
No.
Mosaic law was Mosaic law. Yeah,
Well,
scholars don't agree with you. That's a common apologetic trope.
From the 1800s, by the way, that didn't even come about until the 1800s.
Yeah.
Well, but
modern
I mean,
scholars, there is no distinction in the Bible anywhere about ceremonial law versus, this or that. It's all Mosaic law, and Israelites were expected to follow all of it.
Right. But I'm just saying that excuse me, I was taking a drink.
Yeah, no worries.
Is that there are some delineations into the context of the times for that. And so if you're looking at some of that, Jesus, he got rid of the food laws, declares all the foods clean. The sacrificial system, we're not doing that.
I disagree with
sacrifices.
that too.
Yeah.
He didn't get rid of that.
What verse would you point to for that?
Oh, did they continue to sacrifice until the year 70, because that's
until
when the
year
temple
70
was destroyed.
That's when the temple.
He didn't get rid of sacrifice.
Yeah, he didn't get rid of sacrifice.
Okay, well, I mean, so the point being here is that, like, I think Jesus's the new covenant framework kind of replaces the old. It doesn't like completely replace it, but it builds upon the old framework, and it says we're going to follow kind of a newer path, right? Like this other, it's not marking the old one obsolete, but it's saying that this isn't the way. Like this isn't okay. Now can you be satisfied? So
okay.
So you'll say that he didn't abolish the law. We should still follow all of the Old Testaments, and it sounds really strong, but it kind of ignores the context on that.
Okay.
And so I would just say that if you go a little bit deeper, fulfillment doesn't equal continuation of things that the same, right?
Okay. And so, under what basis are you saying that?
Well, I mean, if you look at the word fulfilled, and if we want to go into the Hebrew of that, I mean, we can, but
it would be the Greek, not the Hebrew.
Yeah, you would want to look at the ancient Greek.
Or I mean, I can go into and dig into that full, but if we're looking at the
we can dig into it now.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a dive into that, because I would argue that, when you're looking at Chronicles 21, where David ordered a census, he was taking, a lot of military pride. He's shifting power from God, and then judgment comes on that. That's not necessarily saying that God, being all powerful, condoned that per se, but the consequence, I see these as examples of what happens when men take like, this is what's going to repeatedly happen while men continue to take matters into their own hands.
Okay.
If you believe that God is a good God, then you're looking at what David did, and this is on David, right? This isn't necessarily on God, and God
This is
says,
on
okay,
David?
well, right. So the plague kills a lot of people. God stops at mid-destruction and says, withdraw your hand, enough, right? Like, so I mean, it's kind of like, with God being like, if you look at the whole foundation of God gave this world over to Satan, right? There's just a lot of stuff that it kind of gives examples of.
And can I ask you to slow down? You're jumping from one topic to another topic to another topic, and I have really bad ADHD. I'm sorry to do this to you, and
Oh, no, you're
I
fine.
think that Trust was going to bring up something you said, but then you went to more topics, and now I really am having trouble
Yeah.
following the
How about this?
I
Can
was
we
just
go back
referring
to
back to Chronicles.
Okay.
So let's
All
go
right.
back into what you wanted to
Well,
look at for
yeah,
the,
let's
for the
well,
fulfillment.
let's take a look at because it was a bit head turning, not gonna lie. So let's go back to Matthew 5:17 verses 17 through 20 because we can do a verse by verse analysis on this. So
Yeah.
okay, so when you look at the Greek, the Greek word for abolish is katalysai, right? And I'm totally butchering this, so don't come at me, everybody. But if you hover over it, it specifically says, if you go to BibleHub.com, katalysai means to demolish, especially to halt for the night. So to demolish or to halt. So it says, do not think that I have come to halt the law. And then, or the prophets, I have not come to halt, because it says it again here. And then if we go to verse 18, it says, I've come to fulfill. And so fulfill here
Right.
is
So how would
plerosai,
you look
which
at
is down
fulfill?
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's to make replete, to cram, to level up, to furnish, to satisfy, to execute, to finish, verify, etc. So
Right.
so here's the problem. Now, if you go to verse 18, he gives the condition, he gives the context, which is, because I know Christians are very high on context, and that's specifically what it says. It says, I haven't come to abolish, but I've come to fulfill. And this is what he means by fulfill. We know it's to satisfy or execute because he says, truly I say to you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one iota. And that's where we get that word iota means, nothing, or one stroke of the letter shall not pass from the law until everything should happen. And we change that to everything is accomplished. So everything should happen. So here's a great way to think of it. Hey, me, when you drive the speed limit and would you say you're following the law?
The law that's set at that time, yeah.
Yeah. So if there's a speed limit law, say you're just driving down the road, you see the speed limit is 35, you're following the law, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, are you abolishing the law or are you fulfilling the law?
Well, I think that's kind of an interesting analogy, and I don't know that I would use that one because if we wanted to change the law, we would,
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about you're driving down the road at 30 and you're driving 35, you're meeting the speed limit. You're not abolishing the law, are you? You're not making it go away.
Right, but I don't know that
Okay.
you can complete. I don't know that you can complete the law. Of
You can
the speed
satisfy,
limit.
you can satisfy or execute the law, right? You can satisfy the
You
law,
can fulfill
right?
the law.
Yeah, you can fulfill. That's what fulfill means. You satisfy it.
Okay.
Okay. So now, does that also mean that once you fulfilled the law, next time you drive down the road, do you have to drive the speed limit again?
Until
Or can you just ignore it? Or can you just ignore it and say, you know what? I drove 35 miles an hour here the other day. I fulfilled the law the other day. I don't have to fulfill the law anymore. Is it a one-time
guess
thing,
that
or
would
do you
be-
have to fulfill the law every time you drive down that road?
So I guess that would be my question to you: is do you believe that speed limits change?
No, not typically, not unless. But see, we're kind of pivoting away from. I just need an answer to my question. When you see a speed limit 35 miles per hour sign and you've driven down that road before, is that a one-time only thing, or do you have to drive 35 every time you go down that road?
unless the law or speed limit has changed,
Unless
which
it's
they do.
okay, which they do. But if
We're
you
not
see a
talking
sign
about
that
unless.
that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is if you see the law, it says 35 miles an hour. Are you? Do you? Are you? Is it okay for you to say? And you get pulled over, and the officer says, "Well, we caught you speeding." When you say, "Well, yesterday I drove 35, so I don't have to follow this law anymore." Is that going to fly?
I mean, the obvious answer is no, but I think that
There
you're
you go.
missing the context. I think that you're missing
No,
the
I
context
just
Can I
explained the
point out
context for
something?
you.
Can I
Yeah.
point out something? Hey, me, if you're saying fulfilled doesn't mean to satisfy here, then Jesus also does not satisfy any of the prophecies, because the sentence says, I did not come to abolish the law and the prophets.
Prophets.
The prophets are the prophecies
Yeah.
about him. And if you're saying he doesn't fulfill the law here, then he also cannot fulfill the prophecies.
Can't fulfill
You
the
can't have it
prophecies.
both ways.
Yeah.
So if you fulfill the law as it is for the time, then it's complete. Why would you drive down the road again?
Well, that's
Because
the whole
it
point.
happens
You have
again.
because you live here. You know, you have to go down that street to go to the store or whatever. But that's the thing. Nobody. So Jesus, that he didn't say nobody else has to follow the law anymore. Jesus
just
never
also-
ever said that. He just said,
But
I'm here
Jesus
to
loved the law.
yeah, I'm here to fulfill the law. And we can go in other passages where he specifically says you have to follow the law, all of it. So we can go into those, but I'm just starting here.
Right,
And the reason
but you complete, but fulfill means kind of complete a contract, purpose is achieved.
Not forever. It
Not
doesn't
for-
mean forever.
not
though. It
and
means
it's not a
you
one-time thing.
satisfied it.
You satisfied
And if
it.
you're saying he didn't satisfy the law, and that's not what he means, then he didn't satisfy the prophecies
And it's
either. You
and
cannot
nowhere
have it both ways.
yeah, exactly.
he
And nowhere
fulfilled-
does it
I-
say
I'm talking
one-time
about your-
thing.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about your speed limit analogy, because the speed limit
We know.
analogy is kind of like, if he fulfilled the law, well, then you're not going to be going that speed limit. You're not going to be going down that same road again.
No. That's not what it means. What it means
who
is
said that?
fulfilling the law. Yeah, fulfilling the law doesn't mean I don't ever go down that road again. We're conflating things. If you have, because you would agree that after Jesus died, everybody was still here, right? The Jews were still here. Because at this time, you got to remember, his apostles were Jewish, right? They were Jewish.
Right.
Okay, so if they're Jewish, that means they are subject to Jewish law. They're not there. There is nothing in there that says that they no longer have to follow the Jewish law. Nothing.
Right,
Absolutely
but
nothing.
Law, okay, so let me give you this analogy. So law as we have in America changes, right? Like yesterday we had abortion rights, today we don't in Texas, right? And so the law is a trajectory and it's changing.
Okay.
You know, so therefore the
He's not
rule
talking
after
about our modern law. He's talking,
not talking
about the Levitical law.
I'm talking
which
about
didn't
Jewish law,
change. It
which
was
hasn't
written
changed.
down, given from God. It did not change, has not changed to this day. Same ones were written down back then that
Yeah.
are written down today.
Nothing
you
in
are
there has changed.
conflating things. You are comparing apples to oranges. Stick with what we're talking about. If Jesus did not fulfill the law, Hammy, he did not fulfill the prophecy. He tells you right in that sentence. I
So-
did not come to abolish the law or the prophets. I came to fulfill them. I came to satisfy them.
So then
I
it's
am the
completed.
one.
So then it's completed.
He
No.
says it's not completed until heaven and earth pass away. He
Right.
tells you when it will be completed.
And that's where we're
and
that's
you're
where we're
still not
going to the
listening
next
that
verse.
sentence.
Yeah, we're still going to the next
Yeah.
verse, and this is what gives you
Right.
the
Yeah, but
context.
that
So
next one.
So he completed it, and so let's go into the next
Okay,
verse.
so it
Because
says truly-
once something is completed, you don't keep treating it as
Okay.
unfinished. You
If
So
kind of
hang
it
on.
comes up again, you have
It's-
to complete it again. If
Right.
if it's a Sabbath again, he must fulfill it again. If he's not to eat shrimp, he's not to eat shrimp the next time either. Jesus doesn't say, once I fulfill it, I never have to do these laws again. You all add that to the text. He
Well-
just said, I came to fulfill it. I came to show you that the law is attainable, that you can fulfill it, that you can keep God's commandments. He was pissed that people weren't keeping God's commandments.
That's why he was
Well,
upset.
he-
Okay, so
he
let
was-
me take you through it. There's still more here. So it says, because in verse 18 it says, until heaven and earth pass away. So let's go through this one at a time. Has heaven and earth passed away?
Well, I mean, Christians would argue no.
Simple yes or no. Yeah, it's no. So not one iota or one stroke of the letter shall pass from the law. So what does that mean?
So that means that others will still be following
No. That's not what it means. It says, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter or one stroke of a letter shall pass from the law until everything should happen. So that means nothing shall pass from the law. That means you continue to follow it. The law doesn't go away. That's what shall pass means. It means that it doesn't, and that's what Parelthi here says, para and erkomai, to come near or aside, to approach, to go by, to perish. That's what it is. To perish or neglect, avert. So nothing is perished. The law doesn't perish. The law isn't averted until everything happens. Has everything been accomplished?
So I would argue that.
Hold on, I had a question. Has everything been accomplished?
I would argue that with Jesus completing and fulfilling the law, that it's been accomplished for that purpose, and that the completion implies transition, not repetition.
So are you saying then that Jesus hasn't come back yet, has he?
So I would argue that in the context of the New Testament, he has come back, and he came to imply transition, not representation, just as we do in America, where we work towards a more humane approach on things, and that we do have that we transition.
I don't think this is a very
that we don't repeat that.
I honestly don't think this is an honest answer, because I don't think any Christian believes all has been accomplished. That's just not true.
Unless you're a preterist.
Are you? Are you a preterist?
Are you a preterist?
So what?
Wait, are you a preterist? That's an honest question.
Yeah. Because if you're a preterist, this is a whole different. Okay, so you're waiting for Jesus's return, right?
Well, so Jesus would be coming back. So yes, in theory, that's what
you are waiting for Jesus's return. So that means all has not happened yet, because it says until everything should happen. That's what genitai means. Everything has happened. Okay, has everything happened?
That doesn't mean that we don't progress. But that doesn't mean that we don't
progress
towards a better society.
Has everything happened?
So what? Give me three things that haven't happened.
You're dodging my question. I'm asking you: has everything happened?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
That's prophesied about Jesus returning.
Do you believe Jesus will come back?
Because I feel like you're being dishonest too. And this is not fun for us to have somebody being disingenuous.
Because this is like pulling teeth. Yeah, it's getting frustrating.
40 years. And if you had asked me this question, I would not have to hem or haw. I would say, no, Jesus has not returned in all his glory. It would be very clear to me that all things have not happened.
Yeah. So do you believe as a Christian that Jesus is coming back?
That would be my fundamental belief, yes.
Okay, so has that happened yet?
No.
Okay, so then that means everything has not happened. Correct?
Right.
And that's what we're talking. Panta is everything, inclusive, everything. So everything hasn't happened yet. And also it says, also in the Bible, it does say, does it not, that there's going to be a new heaven and earth created, right? Which means the old heaven and earth will pass away. This is what God is referring. Yeah. This is what Jesus is referring to. Until heaven and earth pass away, and so heaven and earth have not passed away. You don't have a new heaven and earth. That means the law stays right where it is. That's what this all means. So this is the context that you're talking about. And then if you go further into Matthew 19 and into verse 19, because he even says it here. Whoever shall break one of the commandments of these, the least of these, and shall teach others, they shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So it doesn't mean you don't go to heaven. It just means that necessarily, it just means that, if it's a concert, you don't get a front row seat in the grass. You get, a seat up way in the nosebleeds. That's what you get.
Right.
So you're not close to God. That's what this says. So he's saying if you break if you break the laws, you're going to be called least in the kingdom of heaven. You're not going to be close to God. So that's specifically what he's saying. Okay.
Right.
So this is the context.
But when you
even
jump
just
back,
teaching others that, by the way,
even teaching others. Yeah.
Right. But
Right.
when you go back into the old context and you read some of those stories that have happened, some of them are perhaps literal documentations of things that happened, and some of them are, you know, um, maybe more derived from, you know, allegory or, you know, other analogies of stuff that could happen with it. I just don't think that the law of the old, like I see law as we do in America, like with as things transitioning, that it doesn't absolve us of our responsibility for changing the laws as for the common good, for, you know, loving each other and for loving our neighbors, and for, like that we should enforce, that we should transition into it. That's how I read in these old stories of the Old Testament, of how I was raised with it. You know, they are they're examples of what's happened when men have tried to take power, money, sex, control into look what's happened. It's been horrible. And so we don't live by that. You look at it as examples for how we move forward and don't
But
live like
Jesus
that.
says God's law is eternal.
Yeah.
Right.
And
But
even
You're,
God
you're
says
going
God's
back
law is
to
eternal.
man's law again, and we are telling you we're talking about God's law, the Mosaic law. And
Yeah.
and as Godless Engineer points out in chat, Jesus said God's law is eternal.
Yep.
right.
Psalms
But would you
19, 9,
agree?
and 11, he
Would you agree that some people in the Old Testament had misinterpreted God's law and there were consequences to that?
Of course. They did misinterpret God's law. I mean, David is a perfect example. And you
Right.
know, that's kind of what we were talking about in the beginning. So he just
Right. So that's where my faith lives, is that, you know, like some of these examples of what is Mosaic law, and I'll be completely transparent. Am I a theologist that studied this in great detail? No. That's why I'm here having conversations with you, because I think
totally
that everything
understand.
that you guys say, I think that what you guys have to contribute is, I think stopping the conversation is obviously going to stop all
Yeah.
progress in
Right.
humanity, right? Like, so like I'm here for the exact same reasons you are. I just believe that my faith, which is by definition unprovable for scientific evidence, because I'm also in tech and believe in science, right? I follow Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's an agnostic, right? So like I believe that some people have, I think that the Old Testament shows us how Mosaic law had been misinterpreted, abused, and that the objectivity, the moral objectivity that the previous speaker was talking of, if you read some of those stories in the Bible, the men had clearly, abused a lot of that power. And I don't believe that the
wait. You
transition of,
think the Old Testament is to teach us that people misuse the law?
I think that it can give, I don't believe that, I don't want to
I
say that
think that it's showing you that you're not following the law strict enough. It's not
Yeah.
about misuse. It's about evading God, evading his laws, and not doing what he wants you to do. It's not about misusing it. I don't think you could show me 7 different times the law is misused. Instead, what you'll see is people literally just not doing it. They're ignoring God, or they're living in sin, but they're not misusing it. David didn't misuse the law when he had Bathsheba's husband sent to him. He did something, and he knew what he was doing. He knew it was a sin, and he didn't misuse the law. He just sinned.
right. So, I mean, it shows you the consequences of what happens with that. And so I think with a lot of those analogies and a lot of those stories, it shows what happens when you sin, or other stories of, in the name of greed or predatory actions or whatever it might be, that I don't necessarily, and I also, this is where I stand out a little bit from some of the Christians that, might not be, I might get a lot of flack from a lot of Christians, but, we give meaning to word, not word gives meaning to us, right? Like that's that, you've heard of that as well too. Like we all put our own meaning, we've got our own biases and our own assumptions, culture and everything. Everyone thinks their God is right. And so I do leave, this is a very controversial statement among Christians, especially my family, but I will go on record saying that I don't necessarily believe that the Bible is infallible in the nature of what was chosen to be a part of it.
Okay.
But I do believe that it does outline a lot of really good examples for comparisons and for topics that, theologians have debated for centuries. I think that in the name of a historical context, regardless of whether you're an atheist, Christian, or other, I think that because it shaped so many wars in the name of God and in the name of territories and power and whatever evil actions, I think that it's worth knowing. So that's why I like to have these conversations regardless. But I would go as far as to say that, we've had Bible, we've had, certain things removed from the Bible, certain things are added into other
Yeah.
doctrines.
I don't think that's
And so
controversial at all.
I really
Yeah.
have,
I mean,
I
you've
have a lot of
got
issues with that.
you've got scholarship on your side as far as that goes.
Yeah, so I have
yeah.
I have a lot of issues with that, and I have a lot of issues with that. But what I'm trying to ultimately state here is that, a lot of these theological debates and stuff, I think if I had to go back and say, is there some room in the translation or how we interpret words? Is there some room for some fallible nature of the Bible because humans are reading it, translating it, and preaching it, right? Do I believe that? Yes. Do I believe
So
that my
wouldn't
faith
that
has
be a
changed?
problem
No.
that God created?
Yeah, wouldn't that be God's
an
problem?
imperfect God?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if God is perfect, he should be a perfect communicator. And
Yeah.
if what he gave us was just so ridiculous that people are following it wrong, they're translating it wrong, they're doing everything wrong, then that God is not a perfect God because he can't communicate to us
Not to
perfectly,
mention,
and that means there's a problem.
yeah,
Well,
and not to mention that there are errors in the Bible that that supersede translation issues. It's not a mistranslation. It is,
Right.
when
It
you
contradicts itself.
yeah, oh, it totally does. It totally contradicts itself no matter what translation you use. So,
Yeah, I
that
mean,
doesn't
any Christian
really
who says
that
that it
doesn't
never
really rescue it.
contradicts itself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that doesn't rescue it.
I
Most
mean,
of the
I'll agree with you on
atrocities
that.
that are in this book
And the
aren't
atrocities.
just man sinning. It is literally the atrocities that are commanded by the God.
Commanded by
So when
God.
you say, oh, well, men are doing horrible things in this book and men, but they're doing it at the name of this God. They're doing it because God commanded them to, unalive babies. They
Right.
commanded them to grape women. He commanded them to do these things.
Right.
So it's not just men doing horrible things. It's the whole God.
And
Well, so I guess
on top of
that's
that,
what
just this one quick point. On top of that, Amy, it seems like women and children bear like the heavy brunt of this. Like they take
I agree.
an immense amount of punishment from God, not only just for things that men do, number one, but just because God is just angry, and
Right.
and he seems to take it out on the most vulnerable of our society. And
Right.
I can't call, and that's why I have this prompt up here. I can't call this God just if he's specifically targeting women and children, pregnant women at that. When he's talking about ripping babies open, ripping pregnant bellies open in Hosea and in Psalms. And this is supposed to be celebrated when he's saying in Deuteronomy that he is, he's going to take delight in destroying and ruining people. I mean, that's horrific.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. And so that's what I'm saying is that in my faith on that and so where I want to validate like your concerns there and go back to the point where is he just, I would go back to the point where the major flaw with Christianity is saying that the Bible is infallible, and at the same time ignoring the fact that men have done things in the name of God. Why would it be so far-fetched to believe that the prophets or quote unquote whoever it was popular at the time had written that these things were done in the name of God when they weren't actually in the name of God, but rather in the name of man's power? And then what happened to it?
Stay with that thought, Hammy. Stay with that thought. What if it was men writing down
I'll start the poll.
and saying that God told them to say it? What if it was men who wanted to conquer other people? What if it was men who wanted to own women? What if it was men and they said, God told me to say this.
And I'm okay with that. And that's why I've had to sit with my faith on that a lot, because I agree with you there, because I have actually personally, I won't reveal my story here, but I have actually had some very horrific crime committed to me in the name of God. And so I've seen it
Sorry to
happen
hear that.
myself. So yeah, it actually shook my faith for a very long time. But me and my really good friend, who is also a Christian, have talked through this a lot. And so for me to deny that could
Those are up.
happen in the Old Testament, that could happen in the Old Testament,
Yeah.
I can't. I can't. I just can't. So I can't disagree with.
Oh, you went mute. Don't know what happened there.
Oh, maybe
Oh,
she got
sorry.
a call.
Oh,
Yeah,
there it is.
Sorry. So my faith as a Christian, though, and reading the Jesus's teachings as far as it's moved forward, and then in
40
my
seconds,
own
everybody.
prayer,
Mm-hmm.
and then in my own prayer time, and then in my own discernment of things. That's why I say that there's much room for theology debate. I think that what you guys are doing is great, and making Christians think, right? Because that's what we should be doing. I don't think that we should demonize Christians for following Jesus, but I think that right now what we're also seeing is Christians still use God's name to put really horrible people in power just because they use the name of God. And I just don't think that that's God, right? So that's not the God I
But
know.
they do.
They do.
That's
and
not
that's
your
true.
God, but that's their God.
Yeah,
And
correct.
maybe
Their
the
God.
thing is that you
Correct.
don't actually believe in the God of the Bible. You believe in a God that you've made up for yourself, and he's a beautiful, loving, kind God. And I think that's cool. That's what I think is cool. But it's not the God that's written in this book.
Well, would you argue that there are pieces of the Bible that I can take, and you can call it cherry picking if you will, but that I can read these stories and that I can
Why
read
would you do it though? If I read The Cat in the Hat and I figure out that the cat is not actual, like the Cat in the Hat story, like isn't real, why would I keep believing in the cat?
Well, I do believe that Jesus was a real person. That's kind of been
Cats are real
right.
too, and I'm
Right.
sure there's been a cat that walked around with a hat on before too. But that doesn't make that story real, and I don't need to believe in that Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm just saying that for me personally, and what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to force you to believe in Jesus, because that's
Last
not
point.
like right. So
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to.
right.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Last point. So last point on this is I would just say that, I'm sorry for the Christians that have that refuse to kind of acknowledge the discrepancies in the Bible, and that refuse to kind of have these conversations, and that my faith is based on the teachings of Jesus more so, because I do think that a lot of what he said were good. I do think there are a lot of really good parts of the Bible, and you can call it cherry picking, you can call it whatever you will, but my faith isn't just based around the Bible, right? There's a lot that goes into that, and so that's all I wanted to say. But I appreciate your conversation, and I think that you should continue asking these questions. Do I think God is just?
You should keep listening to Trust. He's amazing.
I will, and I'll definitely be back on with more information in the future as I continue to study. And
absolutely.
I appreciate the candor. I think that it's rare to see people who aren't like really like seeking to because we're not all, just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I'm one that's supporting Trump, and please don't classify me into that, so I definitely believe that we can all work together.
It's an 80% chance that you do. I mean,
nope, not at all.
That. It's a safe assumption.
So
all right, it's fair.
Not at all. So anyways, but I appreciate y'all.
All right.
I'll definitely be back on. I think you've got a new follower.
Sounds good.
So
okay, Amy. All right.
Have a good day.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
And if you guys aren't following me, you should, because I'm cute too.
You should.
I know
You
Trust
really
is
should.
cuter than me. Okay.
You
But
sure
I'm
about that?
adorable.
Well, yes, you absolutely should. So Crystal J is amazing to follow. And I would say that, if you had to choose between one or the other, you just choose Crystal. That's what I would say. Crystal, trust. Crystal. Hey, I think this is the first time you and I have disagreed on something. This is a good thing to disagree on. So yeah. I wholly agree with you, Soraya. She is awesome. So yeah, you really, really should follow Critically Crystal J, because you have like a couple things going on. I mean, you've got
I do have a few
Tell us,
things,
yeah, tell us a couple
Jomo.
things what you got. Yeah. Why?
Listen,
Yeah.
Anti-Sermons, the podcast is available right
Anti-sermons.
now. This week's episode is a little late, but it'll be out. I had a little technical difficulties this week, but it is a podcast where we decenter
Thank you,
men
Kazak.
and we ask the women to come to the front and center. We talk about every woman in the Bible, named or unnamed, every girl or girls, woman or women in the Bible, named or unnamed. We go in chronological order, methodically through the text. And today we talked about Keturah. Do you know who that is?
I don't. Who is Keturah?
Well,
I should know.
that is Abraham's wife after Sarah died.
Yes, that's right.
Now, do you want to know why we don't remember her? Because they don't want us to remember her.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of things you learn about when you listen to an anti-sermon.
And you see,
And
I'm guilty of
you
that
learn
too.
about Keturah. Did you know that the women of the ark have names in the Ethiopian Bible?
I did not know that either.
But
Wow.
you'd learn that if you listen to anti-sermons.
This is true.
Those are the kind of
See, all the reasons to what
So-
to listen to anti-sermons podcast. Absolutely.
Listen, guys, listen to all the guys out there. I'm not saying that you're a misogynist if you don't listen to anti-sermons, but I'm kind of saying you're a misogynist. But no, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm just playing.
yeah. So we absolutely should. So yes, definitely should. In fact, I'm going to go look you up on Spotify
I
right
don't know
now
what you're
and
saying
follow you.
now. To everything I said so far about what I just said is true. So, Patricia, I don't know why you're saying no.
Yeah.
Not really positive. I promise you they do have names in the Ethiopian Bible. Can I pronounce them right now to you? No. I have to read all the names from these books phonetically. I have to put little phonetic markers next to their names because I can never pronounce them. Also, let's see, there's so many fun things that we learned. Did you know that
This is
rabbinic
awesome.
teaching was later that Hagar was Keturah?
Mm.
And a lot of Christians think that that's biblical, but it's not.
Mm. And just so you all
They
know, there
believe
are. Oh, go ahead.
Dinah-
So sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, did they believe Dinah was Job's wife in some teachings? So can you imagine?
Yeah.
She first has that grape happen to her, and then they make her Job's wife? What? Okay, anyway. go ahead.
Wow. I was just going to say there are 5 episodes out right now. I'm looking at them right now. And there
Yeah.
are 5 episodes. And so I know what I'm doing between now and next week. I'm going to start listening. I'm going to listen to these episodes. Yeah. See, this is great. These are actually really cool. So you guys should.
And I list all my
Definitely.
sources so you can go check out everything.
Awesome.
It's good stuff.
See, lots of reasons to follow Crystal. Lots of reasons. So, Ben Houston, the reason why we're not mad, number one, can't be mad at a God that doesn't exist, number one. But number two, what we are up here for is, which is just really interesting, Crystal, that people think we're angry and we're not. What we're trying to do is we're trying to spark critical thinking because at least I do. I firmly believe, I'm not going to speak for Crystal on this one, but I firmly believe, I'm pretty sure she agrees with me, but I'm going to let you speak for yourself. I strongly assert that religion teaches you what to think, not how to think. And do you
Yes.
agree with that, or what do you think?
Yeah, I do. I really
Mhm.
do. I, especially as a woman, I believe that wholeheartedly. So
Yeah.
from being indoctrinated into the religion, I can say as a woman, you are definitely taught what to think about everything.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and we will,
And I didn't learn critical thinking skills because of it. I
Yeah.
didn't learn any till I was older.
and I will tell you, we will prove it to you by the end of this live today, because so have your emojis your emojis ready. If you are part of the TBVR club on TikTok, if you've chipped in your penny to keep it alive, to keep your membership going, you have special access to the emojis, and there's 2 in particular that are really related to this. So there's to cover your drinks emoji and the check his hard drive emoji. And then also, if you are a member on YouTube, if you're part of my membership, you also have access to those emojis. So there they are. $3 6 pencils. See, there they are. So those are the ones I created. Those are the ones I added. And Forever Atheist, there they are. So yeah. And as of late, I've been like all the grape and slavery, the grape apologists as of late that are commenting on my videos. The only response I give them is the cover your drinks response. That's it. Because really, I think at that point, the conversation is over. So I'm just warning everybody just to watch your drinks around these people.
Yeah. I do want to, if you did just follow me, my conversations are a little different than when I'm up here on Trust Live, and he'll tell you why, okay?
Yeah.
Because I get a lot of misogynists, and I don't hold my tongue, and I will cuss them out, and I don't do that on Trust Live because I love him. He's my friend, and that's not the vibe he's going for. But on my live, yeah, it's no holds bar. You come up at me, I'm coming back at you.
But at the same time, I never tell you to hold back, and I never,
No, you don't.
Never,
you don't.
Never
I
ever.
just do it.
Oh yeah.
Justin said one time, he's like, I've never even seen Crystal Matt. I'm like, then you must like never watch my
then like a week later, yeah, she went off on somebody. She went off on somebody in my Discord, which was beautiful. So I was like,
but I did ask your permission first.
Oh, totally deserved it.
And
yeah.
then
I
totally
deserved
a whole
it.
song because of that. My song Consent is about that, right?
That's right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
if you do follow me, I just want you to know it'll be a different vibe when you come watch my show.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, that's the thing is I don't restrict anybody, co-hosts who come up or anybody. I don't restrict anybody because I think that even though, I'm a unicorn up in this space, but apparently I am because everybody tells me, nobody's like, okay, yes, great. And I appreciate that.
No,
however,
you don't restrict us.
No, I don't restrict anybody. And the reason why is because, everybody has a different reaction to these things. And I think that a lot of people who offer these apologies for like grape and child trafficking and slavery and genocide, what they're doing is they are in their bubbles and they're looking at information and they're not getting in touch with what's really happening. And so they need to see reactions of people because this is probably a lot of times, this is the first time they've seen these reactions because they're sharing information with people in their bubble and nobody's having these type of reactions. Right. So, yeah. And so, but at the same time, I also allow space for people with beliefs, right? And I let them express their beliefs and explain it, and then we go in and we talk about it. Yeah. So, what were you going to say, Crystal?
The thing is that I don't act the way I do on my live, on your live, is also a respect for your followers. Okay. I realize when I go on other platforms, other people's channels and so forth, their followers, they are expecting a certain either decorum or what have you. And I know that this is what they like. They want to hear nice conversations. They don't want to hear all the meta. They don't want to hear all that. Now, a lot of times people want to hear that on my live. That's why they come over. So, and that's okay. I just try to give y'all what you want.
Yeah. Yeah. And here, I don't know. I think we have a lot of cross-pollination of followers. So I think it's just, the fact that I think people like a lot of, different flavors of what we offer. Right. So they like your approach. They like my approach. And, because everybody has a slightly different approach, Born Again Atheist has a fantastic approach and it's totally different.
Unfortunately, nobody really likes Joel or Mezzo, though. They don't like them for some reason.
Especially Joel, right?
No,
especially, no,
I know,
totally
Joel.
playing. I think the only
Joel,
reason is because Joel is such a thirst trap. He's so good looking that people just go in there and they're just completely mesmerized. Then they just say, the scholarly glasses, mesmerized. Exactly. That's what it is. So
Joel.
yeah. Yeah. It's just lust. That's all it is. It's just lust for Joel. That's all it is. All right. So I got somebody in the YouTube queue. But see, The only problem is, Crystal, I don't think they'll be able to hear you. You might be able to hear them,
That's
but
okay. I'll just mute.
yeah, you'll be mute. But if you don't hear anything, Crystal, like if you only hear me talking, and you want to hear the conversation, just drop down into the chat and then you'll hear it. And then,
I
and
also
then you,
see you on YouTube over here on my iPad.
or you can, yeah, or you can watch me on YouTube. Yeah, you'll be able to hear me on YouTube. So either way, but yeah. So I'm just gonna take this person up. So it's Jeremy. So I'm gonna mute you, Jeremy, and you should be able to be heard right about now. How's it going, Jeremy?
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you. How's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How's it going, Jeremy?
Nigger, faggot, chink,
Ooh,
homosexual, rape,
good one.
Xi Jinping.
Good one. And I see that we have an intellectual titan up here. All right. So that was quick. Okay.
That was quick. That
was quick.
That is what Christians do.
Yeah.
That's lovely. I
Yeah.
hope all of you Christians in the chat are rebuking your brother in Christ right now. I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah. What verse was that? $3, 6 pencils. It's like, what verse was that? Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's bring up Austin. How's it going, Austin?
What's going on, man?
Hey, welcome back, man. How you doing? It's been a while.
You remember having a conversation? That's crazy.
I remember the name, but I don't remember exactly what we talked about.
No, it's okay. Well, I'll. It's crazy because I do remember a conversation just because what you said actually kind of sparked something in me. It
Really?
spoke to me. So I did a little bit of research on it, and I saw your live again. So I thought, you know what, might as well join. The last thing you said was the idea that space and matter is eternal.
Yeah.
And the only person I found that, the only reputable person that I found claiming that over and over was Albert Einstein, which, genius. Granted, I was curious, if space and time are eternal, then what does that say about time?
It means that time is eternal. Time's always existed.
So the idea is around my question is, how can we, conceptualize that? Because, I can't really.
It's hard to wrap your head around. It's hard to wrap your head around.
It's hard to wrap your head around as a way to. It's kind of like my way of saying, like, it's almost incomprehensible.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that people like, if you tell someone, what does heaven look like? Or if you ask a Christian, hey, what does heaven look like? And they'll say there is no explanation, or they'll have some bullshit to wrap around their finger. But things like those questions are incomprehensible. They can't generate an answer to it because it's beyond the limiting brain that we have.
I got you.
So
and
if
just
time is eternal,
pause one
where
second.
did we
So
come
sorry.
from?
Okay. Yeah, I heard the question, but I just want to jump in real quick. Hey, chat, I just want to let you know, Austin, I'm giving a little bit of a pass to Austin. It is a bit off topic only because Austin was, no, you're good. Because Austin was chill the last time he came up and we had a really good conversation. And this is kind of a continuation of that. Some of you may remember, once he reminded me, I totally remember what we were talking about, but it's mainly because Austin was chill, so we're good with that, but I just want to let you all know. So, okay. So back to your question, Austin. So, the comprehension of of eternal time, that's kind of what we're talking about, right? So now there's different ideas of time, right? So we've got, now in this sense, I'm talking about the dimension of time, right? Time, space, that are woven together.
1-to-1, I get that.
Yeah, 1-to-1. So, and then the other thing is that when you talk about events that happen, events have to happen in space and time, right? You have to, so for an event to occur, you have to have space and you have to have time. Because you would agree that an event that occurs, it is it's either a cause and effect or it's some type of change, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if an event is some type of change, and what we know, and because like you said, you read up on Einstein, and I can give you some other physicists here at the end or when you're ready, but
I got a known paper. I'd love to. This is such a fun thing for me.
Right on, man. Yeah, right
I love
on.
learning.
This is cool. So what we know about like time is that, or what we know about events is that you need time in order for an event to occur, right? So because it's a change, And in order to have change, you must have time. And so that's why, like, when we hear a lot of like believers say, well, you know, God is outside space and time, it ultimately becomes incoherent, because then that means that this God is just frozen, can't do anything. Because if this God's outside of space and time, this God can't act, this God can't do anything, right? So, you know, how's that possible? But to get to the comprehension of like eternal time, if you read it, I'll give you some resources on this, or I might, or if you want, you can DM me after, you know, after we talk, and then I can send you links. But if you get
If you
into
have books,
the,
it's better. Not to cut you
for
off.
sure.
If you have books, I'm a big reader, so.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I got some books for you. So it's one I'm going through right now. So yeah, I think you'll like this. So the concept of eternal time, if you think about, like, I don't know if you've studied anything about quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you understand the Schrodinger equation at all? Or like, I understand it like very layman's terms, so I'm not an expert at it at all, but.
Yeah, no, I've like heard it, but it's one of those things that, you know, it's in one ear out the other after a few months. You know
I got you. So, okay. So think of it like this. I'll give you an analogy. It's really easy to understand. And this is how I best understood it. So think of quantum mechanics as like our reality is.
Oh, I get it. So I'm sorry, not to cut you off. Let me see if I'm picking up what you're putting down before you put it down. Quantum mechanics is the idea that every decision, reaction, and action exists outside of its realm. So the idea of should I get a sub today? Should I not get a sub today? Both those realities could exist.
Yes. Or should I get a sub? Should I not get a sub? You know, should I get a 6-inch? Should I get a 12-inch? Should I get a burger? Should I get this? Should I get that? Yeah. So it's like all the possibilities, but it's kind of like this. You are just imagine a whole bunch of kids on a playground, right? The playground is the universe. The kids are particles. Okay. And like the swings and the you know, and the little merry-go-round thing and the slide, those are just points in space. Okay. So essentially what quantum mechanics is the Schrodinger equation is what you're trying to do is, if you want to know when Timmy will be at, you know, where Timmy will be at a particular point in space and time, or like a particular place on the playground at a time, what you can do is you can calculate the probability of where Timmy will be at a point in space and time. At right now, it's what he's in what is called the superposition, which means that he could be anywhere at any time on the playground, anywhere. At any time on the playground. That's his superposition. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to calculate where his superposition, the probability of where he'll be on the playground at a given time. And when you make that calculation, Austin, the wave function, which is the playground, which is our reality, it collapses into exactly where he'll be. And so this is the cool thing, is that this leads to things like eternal time, because the Schrodinger equation implies that you can calculate this at any point in space and time. So there's no it's not finite. It's at any point in space and time.
That actually feeds into the idea that hasn't been disproven of quantum immortality, the idea that you're the only conscious being around you. So, you know, you could be conscious and I'm not conscious for you, but we're all living in our own realities. So if I were to, let's say, kill myself in the next few days, well, everyone around me would experience my death, but I would, you know, with quantum immortality, the idea is that there would be some sort of close call. That's where miracles come from.
Right.
And I would keep living, but other people would suffer my death. And the people around me that are conscious while I'm alive will, you know, just suffer a close call. What do you feel about quantum immortality?
Well, I would say that the thing is that, you know, because like death is a pretty final thing, right? And so and then this kind of brings in the concept of like, you know, many worlds interpretations and things of that sort. So, I mean, it's possible, but I think it's more of like a thought experiment than anything. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
But it's like,
it's a scary thought.
Yeah, it's a scary thought. But like what it leads to is cool things like our smartphones. You know, our smartphones were built with quantum mechanics, because you got to get these things really, really tiny, these components really, really tiny, right? And And so that's the kind of innovations that quantum mechanics has led to. It's led to us, sending satellites into space, just basically like all the modern technology we have. And it's going to lead to quantum computers, which is going to increase our computing capacity by, many, 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 many times. But so I'm going to swing it all the way back to eternal time. So that's so it implies that time is eternal, right? Because it says you can calculate the superposition of a particle, and that would be in the analogy, that's Timmy. Timmy is the particle, and the superposition is all the places he could be. You can calculate the superposition of a particle at any point in space and time, right?
And since time wouldn't be finite, that calculation wouldn't work because the position would be different based off of the x value.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, when you actually see the Schrodinger equation, it's way more complicated than that. But yeah, it's kind of the gist of it, right? So now physicists went even further, and they went into the quantum eternity theorem, which talks about eternal time, and they calculated and they brought in two other equations besides the Schrodinger equation, which is the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, and there's one other one I can't remember, but I can send you links on it. And so with those three equations, they're able to demonstrate that time is eternal. And so that being the case, then all the events that happen in our reality are just points in time, like the Big Bang. It's just a point in time. And actually, if you talk to physicists, a lot of the majority of physicists will say the Big Bang isn't the start of our reality, isn't the start of existence. It's just a point in time. Maybe, they don't really know for sure, but they'll say it doesn't. But it doesn't say that everything started then. It just means that there's a good chance that it's an event that happened in time, and that time has always existed.
That brings me to this analogy I used to use on a lot of people when I came to the idea of using logic and narrowing down the probability, not the possibility, but the probability of God.
Yeah.
So I would use this analogy with dominoes, where some people believe that the universe will basically kickstart itself after it quote unquote ends. It'll restart with another Big Bang, and that's where the Big Bang comes from. The analogy I would use surrounding dominoes was, well, if dominoes are constantly falling and we live in the falling dominoes, then who tipped the dominoes? What you're saying is, if it was finite, there would be no dominoes to tip. So the idea is, space and time being eternal, those dominoes were already there, and the Big Bang was just the point in time of which an action caused a reaction, the reaction being the first domino being tipped.
Right.
So I really like that. And
yeah. And then there's other stuff in that. So like to kind of piggyback on what you were just saying, there's also other things called fields. And I just been reading up on this recently. Is we have all different fields that are a part of our reality, like quantum fields, the Higgs field, gravity fields, all this other stuff, and they all intersect, and they're just everywhere around us, right? And this is how scientists have been able to observe that particles pop into and out of existence. Like they'll pop here, they'll appear here, and then they'll disappear, and they'll reappear here. And it's because of these fields, and it's the interaction of energy with these fields. And then if you bring in, the theory of relativity, energy converts to mass, E equals mc squared, right? So energy converts to mass converts to energy. So energy can't be created or destroyed. You factor all that stuff in. Then you can see that if time has always existed, and things, and these fields are interacting with each other, and these particles are popping in and out of existence, then, you can say, okay, well then, this leads to, so it's a what started. It's just the laws of physics that are just going on. And it's these particles that are just, popping in and out, and, interacting with the fields because of energy fluctuations. And, and that could lead to one thing, could lead to another. And so that could explain, could explain what, what in your words set the tip the first domino, if that makes sense. You see where I'm going with that? Yeah,
I do. So just to go back onto that, then, this is actually, I don't know where I want to go with this. I have two small things I wanted to talk about that. So the first one was shit. Okay, so since the universe theoretically wouldn't be finite in this case, then where do you think we come in? Not we as in humans, but we as in sentience. So At one point in space-time, there was such, dispersed mass to where, let's say, like all the rocks were in one place or whatever, all the blah and blah. So where do you think sentience began? The idea of alive beings being aware of being alive. So like, animals, single cell organisms, things as small as that. When do you think those began? Is that something that, took place in the Big Bang? Is that where the big mixture kind of created the cake? Or what is your theory on that?
That's a great question. And I'm going to honestly say, I don't know. I can say, because if we're talking sentience in terms of the entire universe, yeah, I don't know if anyone can answer that question. Now, if you're talking about sentience as far as Earth goes, what we kind of do know is that at some point, what we have evidence for is that, that abiogenesis, it caused the switch from non-life to life, right? From non-life matter to life matter. And then that led to evolution. And then evolution created more complex beings. And then eventually at some point, complex beings developed sentience. It was just a process of evolution.
Yeah, what you said there.
Can't tell you exactly when.
Life.
Yeah.
That's like the hard question right there, is when sentience began. Another thing I wanted to say was, if with time being finite versus not being finite, what does that say about black holes, things like that? Where do they go?
I
Where
don't
do
know.
they come from?
I honestly don't know that part. Yeah, that's a little bit beyond my pay grade, to be honest with you. I'd have to read about that. Yeah.
Now, what sparked my mind a while ago.
I'm sorry, Austin. Austin, do you ever listen to Dr. Blitz?
Oh yeah,
No,
Dr. Blitz. Okay,
who's Dr. Blitz?
He's a.
You gotta check him out.
Yeah, I gotta check him out. Fantastic physicist here on TikTok. He's on like
astrophysicist, right?
Astrophysicist, yeah, and he's on like at least 4 days a week.
And his specialty is black holes, I think.
And black holes, yeah, exactly. So he would be the guy to ask. So if you look up
get on his live.
Yeah, jump on his live and ask him all these different questions, and he'll be able to answer these things way better than I can. Especially about like, he understands the shit way better than I do. But of course, he's a PhD in astrophysicist. But so he would be the guy to ask about black holes and stuff. And so if you just search Dr. Blitz PhD, I think that's his name, on TikTok, or just put in Dr. Blitz, he'll come up. He'll definitely come up.
And then the thing that I thought of, this was like a quick thought I had a while ago when we had our last conversation, when you mentioned that time, would be eternal in the case that you stand on. So what does that say about, where we exist? Because, we obviously exist where, we're obviously, we obviously have an observable existence somewhere, in our universe or galaxy. But if time is eternal, what does that say about the likelihood of us living inside of another alive system, whether it's a being, maybe it's a brain, maybe it's a supercomputer that existed long before us? These are things that I like kind of, entertained as thoughts, just because the idea of space and time being finite for us, when it comes to life, mass and life, but for not our consciousness, that points towards, if something flipped the mass from life mass or non-life mass to life mass, where did that come from and how did that start? And I know that's not an easy question to ask or answer, but those are the things that kind of like fuck me up with this whole, religion thing, because
I got you. Yeah, I got you. And I invited Expect Thought, who's a friend of ours, who's he's in my Discord, and he's not a PhD physicist, but he does has a physics degree, so he can speak on these things a lot better than I can. But I know like his Wi-Fi signal is like up and down, so he may not have accepted my guest request. I requested to bring him up, but I think in terms of that, and I've actually heard him talk about this stuff before, so he could probably answer it better than I can. But I would say that in terms of, if time was, wait, hold on. You said time was finite. And then what was the rest of it? I forgot it. I'm sorry. Yeah. No worries. Expect Thought. Oh, it looks like he got a call or something, or there he is.
Sorry. I was just responding to a text.
Oh yeah. No worries.
I'll wrap it up for you. I'll keep it short. I just wanted to talk to you again because I really like the way that you speak. You're a good speaker. I like the tonalities you use. You're respectful. Some people aren't.
Yeah, of course.
But hey, you know, the idea of God being just, I'm not even sure if God would be just even in the Christian Bible, because if
That's
God
fair.
removes himself or limits himself to let us feel pain, then maybe that's not just, at least by our definition of just that we created as humans. One more thing, just to leave, you know, I don't even want to talk about this, but what if God isn't just? What if God is real,
Yeah.
but instead of it being God, you know, a just all good God, it's just, you know, a community of people with powers to create things that we live in, and there's a lot of other people in universes like us.
Yes. Oh, I remember what you were talking about. You were kind of drifting into solipsism, but do you want me to hit that, or do you want to hit this last point that you just asked? You were kind of thinking,
No,
what if we're
honestly,
inside of a consciousness? What if
you
was
want, just
yeah.
talk about it with them. I gotta go. I'm sorry, man. I do have
Okay.
a call in about 4 minutes.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah, we
I'll
got
be
you.
in here next time you're
Okay.
live if I see it.
Yeah,
If
come on back.
your Discord's in your bio, I'll join your Discord because you're
Yeah,
really cool
yeah,
guy.
join the Discord. And yeah, and again, you know, we got some better thinkers than me in there, so you could throw your questions in there and you'll get a response. So yeah, we
I mean,
got
you have a
man.
great one, man.
Yeah,
Talk
have a
soon,
good one,
buddy.
Austin. All right, take care.
Bye.
Have a good
Right
day.
on. Yeah, he's a very respectful young guy. So when they're because you know what, I gotta be honest, it is a crapshoot when it's, you know, when you're 18, 19-year-olds, they're, you know, sometimes they can be really rude, but then you get like one like him and he's super, super like, you know, respectful and cordial. You know, I want to give him more time. Yeah, I want to encourage that. I want to enable that. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I was willing to be like, okay,
I'll really nice conversation, and I learned a lot.
Yeah. I'll go off the track a little bit, you know, for some folks, because well, yeah, and you know, that's the thing. Physics for me, yeah, it is like way over my head. However, you know, the stuff I've read
that you guys said was over my head, and I am not admit. You know, it's just I did not know when I slipped into atheism, because I slipped in. I kind of actually went in kicking and screaming, probably because I really wanted to hold on to my beliefs. But when I went
Same.
into that, I had no idea that you needed to know history, archaeology,
Right?
cosmology, astrophysics, you know, mathematics, the stuff that you have to know when you don't believe compared to when you do. I think I might become a believer just so I could stop having to learn new stuff every day.
Yeah.
Just make up things.
It like cooks my brain sometimes. Yeah, because you just have to, because like it leads to like all these different things. Yeah. So hey, Expect Thought, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Yeah, we can hear you well. Sounds like your Wi-Fi's holding up pretty good today. So that's great.
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone plan now. I think that connection's fine. So.
Oh, right on. Right on. So yeah, he went over. I don't know if you heard the question from him. He was like, "Hey, what if we exist in like inside somebody else's consciousness?" And you know, and I know you've spoken about this in my Discord before, so I was going to give you like a little bit of room to talk about it. You know, because I know this is like super interesting to you, or something you like.
Yeah, that's true. Philosophically, that's invoking infinite regression, but I don't think you're interested in the philosophical point of view. How was time involved with that?
It really wasn't. It was kind of a drift to like another thing. It was like another shower thought. Yeah, it was a tangent. There you go. It was a tangent. Okay. Yeah, it was like a shower thought. Okay. We were just going. Yeah, it was, a bulk of it was eternal time, and like why I'm leaning towards that. You know, like I have, and you know, I've talked about that too. You know, a bit. But you know, but I'm not like totally sold. Oh yeah, time is eternal. Done deal. You know, no.
Right.
I just, it's like I'm leaning towards it, you know? So that's it. But but like going back to the, you know, what he was talking about, it's like, what if, you know, what if we exist within a consciousness, or like we're somebody's thought or something like that?
Oh,
and
like the mind thing. Oh,
yeah, the mind thing. Yeah. A little bit of solipsism, like a touching on it. Hey, Philly Red.
Yeah, because I used to really like that whole like cosmological mind argument, and like the problem is there's a lot of ways hokey, like not very thoughtful ways you can make it. Like you could say, oh, it's like a plasma mind, because there's like a analogy of how galaxy clusters are I guess shaped to kind of how like neural pathways are shaped. So people are like, oh, it's like a mind. well, okay, but it obviously doesn't function like a mind. Like, it's not like you can zoom out at that level and
Right.
it works.
Right.
It's purely an analogy, so it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
That's kind of the problem with philosophical arguments.
Yeah, exactly. And
So,
yeah, like I think they
just
kind of
attacking them. It's like, what are you assuming there?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it kind of conflates like the analogy because you're just trying to put it in a way that people can understand, right? It was kind of because
Right.
like earlier I used the analogy of, you know, like the wave function and how Schrodinger's equation works. I use the analogy of like a playground with a whole bunch of kids, right? And like we're trying to calculate the superposition of where Timmy will be, you know, for example. And so I use that analogy because it's a lot easier to understand, right? And you can kind of wrap your head around it, although it doesn't fully explain what the Schrodinger equation does, right? But it gives you an idea.
Mhm.
And so it would be equivalent to saying, oh, well, then in that case, you know, all particles are little kids on a playground now. You know, it just doesn't fly. It's kind of silly. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a category error. I mean, a lot of these arguments come down to just trying to connect things that don't connect.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I would rather just stick to like, tell me what you think about time, and I'll tell you why that's not. But I guess that didn't even really go that far.
Yeah, we didn't really debate it.
Talk about that. You can, like, on a scientific basis, I could say this is what time can or can't be. With all that stuff, like, well, could it be a mind? No, not really, but.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe if you feel like staying up, maybe we'll get about the whole, you know, God is beyond space and time argument, because that's something we get all the time. And it's, you know, and it's just ultimately it just doesn't make sense, right? Because if you're thinking of time as a when time is considered, because there's like different like flavors of time, right? There's like the, you know, there's the time as a dimension with space. There's time as the measurement. There's time as, you know, there's like the ontological time. There's all kinds of different concepts of time, right? And so, you know, when I talk about that, I like to think of time as like, you know, the measurement of change, right? It's like, because you have to have time in order for things to have change. Yeah, the physics of it. And it's because when we're talking about like creation, that invokes physics, because, you know, things are changing and things are popping into existence. And that's kind of related to the laws of physics. And if you can't, and so if you can't, like, so if this is a God that's outside of space and time, to me, that just makes no sense, because then that basically means that, well, in order to exist, you have to have space, unless you can think of something that exists without space. Right?
Yeah, so how did God come to be? Well,
right,
I would
exactly.
say, to generalize that, like, God clearly, even if there were any truth to that of something being outside of time, it couldn't be a person or anything close to a person. We only know people and minds to develop within time. So otherwise you would have infinite regression, and you'd be like, okay, it's in a similar thing that made it. Okay, then what made that thing?
Exactly. And I just got strawmanned in the chat, which is not what I said at all. And you know, but it's just that, like, just things just can't possibly exist outside of space, you know, unless you're, but except for this God, which now you're going into special pleading, right? So
right.
it just goes beyond that. But I don't know. I don't know if we have talked about this. Where are you at, like, in the concept of like eternal time? Where are you on that?
I mean, I would say, I think that the Big Bang is kind of like where time starts as a measure, as you say, but
as a measurement,
there is like, but you can extrapolate so the Schrodinger equation has unitary evolution in it, which we just take for granted. We say, okay, that's a rotation in Hilbert space. Well, what the hell is that? Like, something just happened, not in time. I take the liberty, even though this isn't something you could ever prove scientifically, of assuming that unitary, like, something, you know, in that purely quantum realm, if I wanted to be hokey with it, like, happens and connects universes, like for Big Bang, big crunch cycles. And so it's not even, and people might be like, oh, so it's like the universe is reincarnating. No, not really. There's just I mean, it could even be something different. Like there's like an entropy mesh of universes or something. Like it doesn't have to even just be one universe. So it looks different if there's a multiverse, you know?
Yeah, right.
Again, it depends on what your assumptions are.
Yeah, it just depends. And that's why you've got all these different things like the many worlds interpretation, the bubble verses, you know, and the latest one I've been reading about, you know, like we might be inside of a black hole, you know, all these other different things, right? Because it's all like, it's possible, right? Like there's these like mathematical possibilities.
Causing itself in some weird way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's like these mathematical
like it wraps
possibilities
around to cause itself. Like or something.
Right.
That's really deep. If someone said that, I'd be like, hey, that's a good argument. That's really like closed, you know, you're not adding anything to that, but then you don't have God, unfortunately.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, you know, it's like, and you know, I'm not one to say, and again, I'm getting straw men in the chat here. I've never ever said God isn't possible. And I think you and I have talked about that. I think when we first talked about that, I'm not here to say, God isn't possible. I've never ever said that, or a God is impossible. I'd say the Christian God is highly, highly improbable. Highly, because it just doesn't add up.
I'll say he doesn't exist.
You'll say it. You'll say
God
it.
doesn't exist.
Maybe
I will not say that
maybe physically
no
impossible.
God exists. I just say that y'all don't even know what a God is because you can't come to a clear definition of what one is.
You can ask 20 different people and you get 20 different definitions or 20 different understandings of it. Yeah. And that still doesn't, for me, it doesn't still entirely rule it out. However, it's like, no matter how we look at this concept of like the Abrahamic God, it just, you find something that doesn't make sense. And if things don't make sense, it's not true. I mean, I just kind of go by that. Like the likelihood of it being true is very, very low. I like Livia's idea of what like evidence is. And it's something that increases the probability of something being true. Right. And so that's why I stick to that word evidence, because that's what we ultimately want, is we want to increase the probability that, you know, God is just, or God is real, or all the other things that I asked for evidence about. Sorry about that. I hit my mic. But then to sit there and say, but then you need 100% proof for everything that you know, for things in order for it to be true. That's just not realistic either. And, you know, that doesn't fly either. It's like, we just have we ultimately rest on probabilities.
Yeah, especially with science. I mean, we don't prove much at all. Like math is proven, and logic. Well, math proves itself; it's self-proven. And then we have the axioms of logic, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's about it. Yeah.
Like, what do they think they've ever proven in their entire existence? You know what I mean?
Right. And so, you know, yeah. And I like that. The axioms of logic. Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just saying it's still a category error. Like I was saying earlier, you're applying this concept of proof to like experiential reality, where it could never really apply. Yeah.
Can never really apply, you know? And that's the other thing, is like we accept we accept some experiential things as true, right? Because it's just like it's like the intellectual cost of it. Like, you know, like the experience of, like, when I tell you guys, like, you know, it's an experiential evidence of, you know, my wife's going to be home in an hour, right? I'm basing that like on like basically what she like experiences, what she's told me, you know, past history, things like that. But the difference is, it's like, no one's ever going to question me on that. Like, you're not going to be skeptical on that, because the intellectual cost on that is just ridiculous. Like, why would you spend all that time, you know, like, are you really telling me the truth? What's your evidence? Like, you wouldn't do all that. Yeah. But if I said my wife is going to be home at 5 o'clock and then she's going to levitate in the living room to meditate, well, then that's a whole different, you know, because the intellectual cost goes way up, you know, like if I'm serious about it and I want you to believe me, well, then of course you're going to be like, well, how do you know that? You know, you're not going to believe me. That's the whole point. And so this is what this is all about. It's like, we don't just take, it just seems like that's belief in God, this supernatural being that can do all these awesome, amazing things. It's just like, I don't know if like people just take it for granted or what, like it just, and then are just shocked that people don't believe this.
Yeah, and it's odd that, I mean, how imperfect this reality is that we don't perceive things truly, and yet God made it like the best reality he could make.
Come on up, Alonzo.
Interesting way of. And by the way, I would just say like what you're saying is basically fact versus non-fact is,
Yeah.
Connotatively, like your wife levitating after meditating isn't a fact, but
it's a claim.
What stuff we claim to know objectively is a fact. Even if a fact doesn't have to be true, but it's supposed to be that.
Well, like, my wife coming home at 5 is a claim, right? But it can become a fact, right?
Right.
It either could or could not, right? But yeah, my wife levitating in the living room, yeah, that's a claim. Could be a fact, but it's an extraordinary claim because because how many people levitate, in midair? So it's an extraordinary claim.
And she's only done it one time before.
She's only done it one time before. Yeah. Doesn't mean she'll do it twice. Exactly.
Right. It's a statistical guess. So
right.
The other 99 times she didn't. So
statistical guess. Exactly. But hey, Alonzo Miles, it says that Jesus saves. So Alonzo Miles, if you are a real Christian, you would accept my guest request and talk to us about the hope that is within you, as it says in 1 Peter 3, chapter 15. So don't hide in the comments and talk. Come on up and be a real Christian.
Alonzo, come on up. I'm going to drop down. Trust, thank you for having me.
Of course.
Chat, thank you for being amazing. Tap that screen and get him up to 100,000 likes.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. Thanks, Crystal. So how's it going, Alonzo? How old are you, by the way?
It's going well. I'm 24.
24. All right. Okay. So, all right. Well, I got the question up here on the board. What's your evidence that God is just? That's what you got for us. Oh, and this is my friend Expect Thought, by the way.
Sorry, what was that?
This is my friend Expect Thought.
Oh yeah,
just introduce
it. Expect Thought, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have anything prepared. I was just in the comments, really.
Yeah. Well, hey, you gotta be prepared. 1 Peter 3, verse 15 says, "Prepared to give a defense," right? If anyone demands an accounting of the hope that's within you, so you got to be prepared, man.
That was specific to sharing the gospel.
All right. So
and if I was sharing the gospel and somebody were to be against me, then I would have to have a defense.
Is God portrayed as just in the gospel?
Just, yeah, I would say so.
There you go. Okay, so we can talk about the gospel.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's go. So how does the gospel demonstrate that God is just?
From like just a purely theological standpoint, I would say just the existence of heaven and hell would suggest a just God who punishes sin.
Mm-hmm. Now, would you say that, are you familiar with what we call the 5 pillars of justice? I need a minute to bring it up, but I just thought of it. It's the first time I thought to use this today, chat. Okay. So it's basically what just about every justice system in the world is based on. And we use that to it's like it provides like a foundation for determining what is and what isn't just, right? So, here, let me look it up real quick. We can go over the list here. Let me see. Excuse me. There we go. So when we look at I think this is it. I might have to, yeah, my notes are a little bit messed up here. Okay, so like, for example, justice has to be proportional. Like, do you agree with that? And what that means is like, you get the appropriate justice for what you've done. So like if you've stolen like a pack of candy at the store, you don't get the death penalty for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would agree to that.
Yeah, okay. And also it has to be like specific. Like the justice has to be specific. and it has to be finite in terms of like it has to have, there has to be like some type of ending to it. So it can't be like open-ended. Like if you're punished for something, it can't be like a totally open-ended thing. That's like one other pillar of it. Like, do you agree with that?
Not necessarily in every
Okay.
situation, though.
Not every situation. So you think then that there are some situations in which there should be like eternal punishment?
Yeah. If you're speaking from like a God view, yeah. I mean, that's what hell
Okay.
would be, an eternal punishment. But
Okay.
I would say even if somebody say that like sure, I'm sure you've known somebody who was like on probation or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
and like the length of time that they're on probation is determined by their behavior.
Yeah, exactly. Length of time on probation. But however, it wouldn't be, now from the outset, it wouldn't be open-ended probation, right? It wouldn't just be until further notice. There is like a, you know, for at least in our justice system, at least in the United States justice system, like every term of probation, there is an ending to it. It could get extended based on behavior, but if you meet the criteria, it ends, right?
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I would say that, but I would say that like hell, there would be no way to do that.
Yeah, there's no way to do that. And why not?
Yeah. Well, based on what the Bible says specifically, it says that those in hell will be weeping. Well, there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Gnashing of teeth isn't like just a pain term. It's a term that was used and would have been recognized as like cursing God or like saying things like, I won't say it, but things
Mm-hmm.
against him. And so if you're forever offending something or someone, then and they continuously extend your punishment forever, then in that case, I wouldn't agree with
You wouldn't agree.
I forget what you call it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And so then would you agree then that all sins are finite?
No.
Or would you disagree with that? Okay, which sins can you give us that are they're infinite? Like people just commit forever and ever and ever.
I think all sins that offend an eternal God are eternally wrong.
Well, I didn't say eternally wrong. What I mean as finite is that there's an ending to committing the sin. Does that make sense? Like somebody just doesn't continuously.
As far as the action, so to speak, like yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if that's the case, then which sins then are like infinite in that sense?
I would say like blasphemy against God. Yeah.
Blasphemy against God so like if you say it one time, then you've said it eternally. I'm not quite sure what that means.
Yeah. So like
blasphemy is eternal.
This is like difficult to, yeah. Like
so like if a person utters a blasphemous word, then they are forever uttering that word like continuously.
Like in a sense, yeah. Like there's like the biblical event or story, however you see it, where the Pharaoh, as Moses is leading the Israelites out of Egypt, it says that he had continuously hardened his heart, and so that God then in return hardened his heart, and so that's like a forever heart posture against God. You know what I mean? And so
okay. It's considered a forever heart posture, but it's not the person committing it forever. So you're saying once they commit it, then it's that way forever.
Sin isn't the action. Like it's not just the action; it's the heart behind the action, which is why Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount comes out and exposes the heart and not so much the thing that you're doing.
Yeah. So sin is breaking God's law, right? It's breaking the covenant. It is, so it's, in Hebrew, it's missing the mark. So That's what it is. But you're saying that if there's what is this heart thing that comes in when you're missing the
Yeah.
mark?
Jesus of course comes to say, I've not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. And then further says things like, it's not like you've heard it said, you shall not murder, but I say, if you even have bitterness towards your brother, then you are guilty of murder. The same thing with adultery. You don't have to lay down with a woman outside of marriage to commit adultery. If you even look at a woman lustfully, it's adultery. And so in that sense, yeah, that's what I mean by the heart.
Okay, gotcha. And so essentially what you're saying is if you even if you just think of a sin, you've committed a sin.
If you think of the sin, no.
Well, yeah, because if you look at a woman with lust, if you think of a woman lustfully, you've committed a sin. So if you think of a sin,
I'm
it's
not
a
thinking
thought
of the
crime.
sin. I'm thinking of
No, it's a thought
no.
crime.
I'm not.
It's a thought sin. That's what you're saying. So if you
sin, just looking at the woman lustfully, yeah, that's a sin according to Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a thought. Looking at with lust is a thought. So a thought crime is a thought sin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not even an action, it's a thought. Where you've committed a sin.
If I would say like, yeah, I mean, kind of get to choose what you think in a lot of cases.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I'm looking at a woman right now, like I'm not married right now, and so if I look at a woman and entertain lustful thoughts, then yeah, I'm committing a sin. Yeah.
Yeah, you've committed a sin. Okay. And so why is that a sin?
Because to lust after something is to want something that doesn't belong to you, or to desire something that doesn't belong to you in such a way that it might encourage you to even go forth with what is like written down in the law.
Okay. Well,
it's the same thing with anger. Like if I hold bitterness towards somebody and I harbor that bitterness long enough, it could lead me to use filthy language or even assault or hurt somebody to the point of unaliving them.
Okay. So let's just kind of go back to lust here. The definition of lust is just having it's a very strong sexual desire. That's what it means. Or having a strong sexual desire for someone. So I'm trying to understand, you're saying that this will lead to something else?
Yeah, it could. It could lead to fornication.
It could. Right.
It could, yeah.
So does every thought of lust lead to something else?
No.
Okay. So I'm still not clear on why it's a sin. Because if it could lead to something but it doesn't, how is it a sin?
Well, again, this is why I mentioned the thing about the heart. Like if and when you look at a woman lustfully, what happens is like I'm trying to like explain this to like a non-believer. It's a little difficult. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, that's your cross to bear, not mine.
It is, and I'll probably bear it. And so,
all right.
So even myself, right? Like I'll be honest. I struggle with, viewing things I shouldn't view. I'll just say it that way.
Okay.
And what it did was it did change my mind on how I saw the act. It did eventually cause me to become more and more curious about what it felt like, and how many different ways could it happen. You know what I'm saying? And so
okay.
Over time, that had erected itself as a, no pun intended, but it had erected itself as a idol in my own heart. And so instead of setting my mind on things of the spirit, the way that Romans 8 does, I was setting my mind on things of the flesh.
Okay. So I'm still trying to understand how that's a sin. I don't quite see the problem with that. Like, okay, so you became curious about sex and what would happen during it and all that, I mean, that seems like a pretty natural
Yeah,
curiosity.
so much so that like I have fornicated. Like I've had sex before marriage.
Okay. I'm still not clear
Yeah.
on why that's a sin.
Why sex before marriage is a sin?
Right.
Well, are we talking about the lust thing or the sex before marriage thing or both?
Yeah, kind of leaning to both because you said it led to premarital sex. I'm still not clear on why that's a sin. Is this just simply because God says you're not supposed to do it?
Well, the consummation, the process of consummation is supposed to be the process of becoming one, and so this is the only language where this happens.
Yeah.
Excuse me, in the Bible, in marriage and in sexual intercourse, where the two become one.
Okay.
And so, if one is reserved for one person, and the other would be reserved for one person as well. Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, we obviously see the effects of sex before marriage, things like teen pregnancy, things like SA, things like STDs, etc. Things that just probably shouldn't happen, I think, in most people's minds.
Yeah. Well, it's
Single
just
parent homes as well.
okay. So it just leads to all these other kinds of problems, and you're saying that none of these happen with married couples. Married couples never.
I'm not saying that none of those things happen with married couples, but it is there's an obligation that a man has to his wife that I think in most cases would make all of those things come down quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay. And are you saying then that, so if we found data statistics that showed that in places in which that have strict premarital sex laws, that there's higher instances of harm that's done in the society, does that change anything in terms of okay. And so what would you attribute those issues to? Like there's higher instances of the sin nature?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, but the problem is, you had said earlier this was designed to prevent those things from happening. So if they're not preventing those things from happening, then what's the point of doing it?
Yeah. So like what you said would like be a very strong person to somebody, like a very strong point to somebody who just like hadn't looked into this stuff, but like Romans 8 like goes into really all of this, and so it says something along the lines of, this isn't quoted, but the sin of the flesh weakened the law. Like Paul says something similar to that in Romans 8, that the sin of the flesh weakened the law. And so no, the strict laws don't do anything. They never really did anything. They didn't always result in people following them. And so if you ask me, if you said everybody in that nation followed that law and nobody did anything outside of that law and bad things still happen, I would even go as far as to say that God was wrong.
Yeah, I'm not saying that everybody follows the law. That's the whole point. There's a lot of people who don't, and because what it does is it creates a culture of repression, and things like violence against women and children significantly increase. So what would you consider more harmful? And also in countries where there's like in like Western European countries with where premarital sex is not considered taboo. They have lower incidence of like STDs. They have lower incidence of teen pregnancies, lower incidence of violence against women and children, things of that sort. So seems like the overall harm has been significantly reduced when there isn't this strict adherence to no sex before marriage. So that's what I'm trying to understand. What's more harmful? Like, wouldn't you consider violence against women and children, when we see a direct correlation to strict premarital sex practices and laws? Wouldn't that be considered something significantly harmful?
I would say no, because correlation does not equal causation. So just because that is true doesn't mean a bunch of other things aren't true. And so if you're saying like there's less instances of STDs, so to speak, I don't know if you said that. But so if there's less instances of
there's
STDs,
higher instances
then,
of STDs in like places in like areas and countries where there's like strict premarital, like no premarital sex practices and laws and things like that. There's higher incidence of it, higher incidence of teen pregnancies, higher like perfect example is like in the U.S. South. The U.S. South has higher incidence of single parenthood, teen pregnancies, like all across the board. And in places that are, a lot less repressive about that, it's lower across the board. And it's, just about every state you look at. And now I know you said correlation doesn't equal causation, which I agree with, but wouldn't you agree that strong correlation, is a pretty strong indicator of that?
So again, I think what you think I think is that I'm like pro law. Like I think whatever the law is, people are going to find a way to break it. People are going to do what they want to do.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
And so
I totally agree with that.
And so because of that, like I can't concede fully to it, and especially because a lot of these things that you're saying, I'm kind of just taking your word for it because I've not seen the data myself. That being said, I'm from the U.S. South, and when you look at places like southeastern Virginia, where we're looking at like Norfolk and whatnot, where there is higher crime, especially sexual crime and higher STD rates and all of those things. What I also know about that place is that poverty is also really high, and that's also a strong indicator, so to speak.
Oh, for sure.
Drug abuse is higher there. Alcohol abuse is higher there. So like, I would have to take all of those things into account. And overall, what I'm saying is if everybody in the world, and I know this is unrealistic, but if everybody in the world waited for and limited sex to only marital, in a marital context, then yeah, I think most, if not all of those things would dissipate.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, yeah, we got about 5 seconds left, but they voted to move on to the next guest. But I appreciate you taking my invitation, though, to come up and talk. It was actually a really good conversation. So
yes, sir,
I appreciate
man.
you.
Anytime.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, hey, enjoy the rest of your day, sir. Take care.
Well.
All right, Alonzo. All right. So, yeah, that was I know I kind of got off track, but I don't know. It was something I was trying to get down to like other things, but I got sidetracked. So sorry about that, chat. That was kind of my fault. I wanted to take one more guest just real quick because they got in like right after Alonzo did. So I want to pull them up real quick. All right. See if they can come up. How's it going?
What's up, brother?
All right. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Does
there. This sound better?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just like maybe stay closer to the mic or something like that. Yeah, it's better.
Maybe that's what it is. A little noisy over here right now.
Okay, no worries, no worries. All right. Well, just for TikTok purposes, just gotta confirm how old are you, and then also what pronouns do you prefer?
I am 34 years old, and I am he. I was born with the pronouns he, him, flowing in my veins, written on my DNA.
Okay. All right. Interesting. And which God do you believe in?
I'm weird like that. I'm goofy a little bit.
That's all good. It's all good.
I believe in the Christian God.
All right. Okay. Very good. And okay, so I'm looking for evidence that your God is just. So what do you got?
No, it's a funny thing. This is not normally the topic that I think about or talk about. So I'll try to give you something. Okay. It's really hard to say, like, between like humans, what's just and what's not just, because we all have different laws. We all say different things. So I know that's maybe going to sound cliche, or it's not going to be a very satisfactory thing. But I understand my idea of like well, what do you call it, theistic justice from the Bible, because how am I to understand what a God considers just? I can kind of understand what we as humans between each other see as just, and I don't necessarily agree with the other humans, and I don't even agree with what I've done. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think when you're talking about human to human, I feel like we don't have to put everything under the law like justice. Like the main things I would like to see is when people are hurting each other, make sure I don't hurt other people don't hurt me or other people. And then law should maybe take care of the justice where humans are hurting each other, not as much as, oh, they're doing something I don't like. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But when
Yeah, I
you're
totally
talking
got
about
what you're saying.
justice on a God level is totally, it's not going to be the same to me, because I think we all do things wrong. That's another thing too. We're all sinful human beings. So why am I going to sit there and poke at you when I messed up too? As long as I'm not hurting other people. And I think even the Bible makes a distinction between that too. I think it says with compassion on those who oppose themselves. You understand? With
Gotcha.
Jesus, he went to the sinners, was kind to the sinners. You see that? And then he had a problem with it. But who did he yell at? He yelled at the Pharisees because they were hurting people by making things hard for them
Mm-hmm.
and being hypocritical. And you understand what I'm saying? He was hard on the people who were hurting other people. You understand what I'm saying? Through the way that they were leading them religiously and being hypocritical and being more oppressive than helpful. He said, you guys do not suffer anyone into the kingdom of heaven. So that's what he had a problem with them. They were not being helpful.
Okay.
So when it comes to God's justice, it's different. You were saying something about like finite justice and whatnot. But here's the problem. I was thinking about something when you said that, if I'm not being too wordy and lengthy. But it's kind of, I'm that way. The way I think. Maybe it's too many small words. I don't know. But yes, but the problem is if I was to live forever without God saving me, and in one day saving my body, so my body doesn't sin no more. So that means that I would just go on sinning forever and ever and ever. I don't think that's something that he'd allow. So he's going to have to stop it one way or another. And one of the ways he's chose to allow everyone to participate in is to have Jesus take the punishment so he can stop the sin in the end from us, right? But then if we don't stop, we have to make a choice sometime. God's not going to let us do it eternally. You understand? So if we decide not to take that, then he's got to somehow nip it in the bud. And it's going to have to, if we refuse an eternal salvation, then it seems like the only thing left is eternal punishment, because we will be sinning forever and ever and ever. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you. So in that case then, in that case then, you are saying that so that sins are infinite. That's what you're saying. So even though you may only commit the sin, you may commit the sin one time. So like, for example, if my daughter skips school one time, she forever skips school?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I will sin forever and ever, individual sins, because if I'm a sinful person and God never saves me from my body from sin, then I will keep sinning forever and ever, individual sins. So it's going to be a never-ending cycle of me sinning, if you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying...
All right, so I guess I don't know. I don't think I quite understand, because like, for example, that would be, because it sounds like what you're saying is that if a person commits a crime one time, that they should be put in prison forever, because they are just going to keep committing crimes over and over and over and over again.
That's not the way it works, because we not in the criminal justice system, because you do reform, and what happens when you sin again against the justice system, the same crime, you get put back in. That's what happens.
It sounds like you're saying people can't change. That if people can reform, then giving them forever would actually give them plenty of time to become perfect or whatever.
No, because people reform to the law, because the law is
the divine law, huh?
No, not the divine law. They don't. Because
they don't reform to the divine law?
They try to the best of their ability, but they're even Paul seems to say that, oh wretched man that I am, I do what I want not. So the Bible teaches that someday your body will be saved. If you trust Christ and repent of your sins and ask him to save you, he will save your inside, like your soul and spirit, but we're still waiting for the body to be saved so we will not sin ever again. After we in the resurrection, we're going to die, but when we get raised again, he'll give us a new body and we will be like him. That's how the scripture is. So then we will stop sinning.
Does the body need to be saved, or is it a new body?
I don't think it's I think it's I don't know how to explain it, but like renewed. I feel like it's the same body, technically, according to scripture. Like your bones.
Just do that no matter what state your body's in. So it just must be good enough for him to renew it to now the perfect state. That sounds super arbitrary.
No, I can't always say why he doesn't do it, but he doesn't do it for people.
But what I'm saying is it doesn't have to it doesn't already have to be good enough because he renews it.
Yeah.
No, but it's in the resurrection, he renews the body that has passed away. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just as
so sorry. I gotta jump in. We got a $10 super chat from Amon Ra. Thank you, Amon Ra. It says you have great patience, knowledge, and ability to articulate. Thank you. Have you teamed up with the Lion, Atheist Experience, John Cohen, Justin at the Deconstruction Zone, or others? Yeah, love the show. So just to answer your question, I will be on the Atheist Experience on April 26th. And I have jumped on to Justin's live. I was in there last Friday, and I did promise them I come in this week. So you may see me again on Justin's live, probably this Friday. And then also I got a invite to go on the line here soon, but we're still, I haven't heard back on dates yet. So, to be determined. I don't know if I am going on there or not. And then John Cohen, I just learned about John Cohen recently. And so I've actually been watching his stuff, and he's pretty cool. So I don't know. I think I might approach him and say hi and introduce myself and all that stuff. But just to answer your question. So yeah, I'm actually starting to branch out. I'll be on other places. So yeah, stay tuned. You'll see me in other places. So, yeah, thanks for sorry for interrupting, guys. Go ahead and continue.
Who was talking? I don't even know.
Oh, well, that was me. It was Expect Thought that was asking you questions. He's kind of running things. So go ahead, keep going.
I don't know if this is too much even of a tangent at this point, but does God make your body better at the renewal, or it's just as is?
No. Like, okay, I'm not saying he does it yet. So basically what happens, you become a Christian, right? Or anybody can do it. And then what happens is when you die, you will, whenever God comes back, like when Jesus comes back, the dead are going to be raised, and they're going to be changed in the twinkling of an eye, and they're going to be with my dad always used the term, because he was a preacher. He still preaches, so he's still a preacher. He used to be a missionary, let's put it that way. He would say glorified body. That's what he would say. You would have a glorified body. So there's going to be something different.
So in there you had said that you become Christian. So again, if you can, we know you can do that. So if that's possible, if you have unlimited time, like even if why doesn't God just reincarnate you if you fail?
Some of those questions are too deep for my mind, but I think, as far as I can tell from the Bible, the way he operates, it comes to a point where he decides that that's enough, and he'll give you a chance, but he's not going to give you a chance forever. That's just how he operates. And also you see in the Bible when you look, like I remember, what was it? When the rich man, he died and he went to his punishment, and then he said, "Why don't you send Lazarus to my family so he can have them converted?" And then he said, "They will if they have the law and the prophets. They don't believe them. They won't believe if someone came back from the dead." And I think that's to be true because people have a lot of cognitive dissonance. You understand what I'm saying? So you'll tell them what's right, and you won't even get the idea. You know that they know they're wrong, but they just won't change. And when you get to that point, you're maybe never going to change, because people get to the point where they just get there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that nobody ever changed, but some people just, God is the one who knows when person's at
I think
that
that's
point.
the whole point. It's just some people that don't ever change. So it would still be arbitrary. Like it feels like God's setting an arbitrary limit where it would actually benefit you eternally if he doubled that limit for you, maybe. Like if you just haven't hit that heart hardening or whatever.
Yeah, because I mean because I mean, like, from kind of expand on what Expect Thought is saying, it's like we basically get like 80, 90 years to get it right, right? And if you don't get it right in 80 or 90 years, then you are tortured eternally, like forever. And so to give us this tiny little blip of time to get things right and to get your mind right and to get everything right in order to not be tortured, and then saying, oh, well, you messed up. It's essentially like one chance. It is if you compare it to an eternity, right? That's what you're essentially getting. Not even that. And I'm just trying to understand how that's just.
And it would be totally unequitable because people change at
Right.
different rates. If you
People change at
quick,
different rates. Yeah.
Statistically more likely to be good, basically arbitrarily. If you change slow, oops, good luck. Or if you don't change at all,
When you read the Bible, I have to look from theological perspective when I'm doing this because there's some things that aren't even included in secular history. So I have nowhere else to look but the Bible. So when we look back when people used to live closer to 1,000 years, what happened was the earth ended up being filled with violence according to God. And he ended up saying at one point, he's like, something about my spirit will not always strive with man. Their years shall be 120. So I'm not sure exactly what that means, but he was going to give them a timeline. Either there's going to be 120 years before he sent the flood, or maybe it has I don't know if it has anything to do with limiting their age, but it might kind of be for the same reason. They had a lot of time. And some of those people, like Cain, had seen God. He had seen God, but Cain chose to do what he wanted to, and he chose to take out his brother. Because he had seen God, at least in some sort of form.
Yeah.
And just, you can understand that people think that if God came and did these things, it would make it more likely or gave them more time. Like in the Bible is a good example when the Jews saw him do miracles, right? And they saw him cast out devils, and they wanted to accuse him they wanted to accuse him of casting them out by some sort of evil spirit. And even though they saw it, and he said, well, who do your children cast out devils by? You know what I'm saying? They saw the truth and they still turn away from it because of cognitive dissonance. So the thing is, we might think that we would believe if we saw more or had more time, but that's not necessarily true. Because even people can have the truth in their face and they will not. And if people get to that point, God does let them go.
I'm with you on that. Yeah. I experience that every day. So I totally agree. I guess I'm still, because we're going by like the statistical likelihood, because and it is like overwhelmingly in favor of people do, like in the criminal justice system, the overwhelming majority of people do reform. Even though people will cite statistics that they don't, but the overwhelming majority do. Like, especially as time goes on, the longer you stay in prison and, things of that sort, like recidivism rates are tied to things like that. And it also, recidivism rates going lower is tied to like having more success in society. Like if you're able to like find a job and find a place to live and have find a relationship, find friends, have a family, etc. Your recidivism rate, of people, of ex-convicts goes significantly lower. And so these things play out, these things bear out. And so that's why I'm trying to understand why there is there's a spiritual system in place of eternal punishment when it looks as if humans are equipped to change and to reform and to rehabilitate.
Yeah, but right now you're talking about on an individual level. I can go back.
I didn't say that. Not individual level. I'm talking about because like I said, I cited statistics, and the statistics are strongly in favor of that. Of rehabilitation of
individuals do, if you understand what I'm saying. But when I read from the Bible, what happens a lot of times is God sets up, okay, Adam sins, right? And Eve sinned. So God gives them room to repent. Abel, he decided to be righteous, Cain didn't. So, but after that long period, by the time into that period of about 2,000 years, basically everybody was messed up, right? And so then came judgment. Okay, then he deals with Israel, and then they all become messed up. Then he judges them, and then they come back. All right, and then during this church age, according to the Bible, we also go into a period where things just get bad and snowball into it. I understand people can change on an individual level, but what happens in society when I look and read the Bible, that I see it historically. Some people don't believe it. They can believe what they believe. You know what I'm saying? They can believe what they want to believe, or whatever they believe. They can do what that suits them. But even this age in prophecy, it follows the same pattern. Because in the end, the world just becomes messed up again. He says that people are so evil that they are without natural affection. So that's what the end world is going to look like. Loving themselves. They just love themselves, and that's what the world's going to look like in a large form. So it's happened like in the nation of Israel. It's happened to the three-world flood. So that's how I believe, and I can see it going that way because I see the way people are acting. And I can see it snowballing to something big. You know what I'm saying? And
well, then it sounds like, based on what you're saying, then the overwhelming majority of people, even if you are a devout Christian, there is no hope of rehabilitation. There is no hope of reform. So if that's the case, how can you be truly repentant, knowing that you're going to commit the same sin over and over and over again?
It's an interesting
because repentance
question.
is it's a desire to change, right? It's to turn away from your old ways, but the way you're putting it is that's impossible, because if you can't turn away from your old ways, you're going to still continue to sin. So how can you be repentant if you're still going to continue to sin and you're not going to turn away from your old ways?
No, like on the individual level, I noticed that people do change. You understand? Like people will become like a Christian, or even there will be
right.
individuals, like not a lot of them, but
but you would agree
change.
it's not just becoming a Christian that gets you into heaven. You also have to have like the previous guest said, you have to have the right heart posture, right? So if your intent, so if you're still like if you're asking for forgiveness from sinning, but you're still sinning, you still want to do that, which means you're not repenting or turning away. So then that means that, God will truly know your heart, and, it's pretty much a hopeless, dire situation for you if you keep continuing to sin, because, otherwise, unless you're telling me that, becoming a believer in Christ leads you away from sin. Well, that's what it says in the Bible, actually.
Yeah. But
you stop sinning.
There's a couple. Well, when I read the Bible, people have different theories on that. Even within Christians. So there's verses that say that basically it says if someone says that they have no sin, the truth is not in them. And there's verses like from Paul, he indicates that you cannot in your own power stop sinning. So you need to be filled with the Holy Spirit. But it's still, I personally, from reading the Bible, don't see that anybody is going to be sinless. We don't believe that, but we do believe that people will be convicted and they'll try and do better and get better. You know what I'm saying? Reading the Bible and praying, and then they will get better. They won't be better than it. They won't be like, oh, I'm better than everybody else, but they'll be better than who they used to be. You understand what I'm saying? And they'll grow.
I get what you're saying. I understand.
In the end, they still have to wait, though. And this is in the Bible. It's like salvation is an individual thing, okay? But according to the Bible, most people don't become Christians. You understand what I'm saying? Most people don't. It says narrow is, broad is the way that leads unto destruction, and narrow is the way that leads unto righteousness. Everybody has the chance, but a lot of people, they're gonna love themselves more than God, or they're gonna choose the wrong way. Most people are. I mean, the Bible says that the light that bringeth salvation has appeared unto all men. You know what I'm saying? So that probably means somewhere in their life, God had showed them something and they can either respond to it or not. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I know I'm messing up, and then they can say, I'm going to try and do better. Then maybe God will send something
Yeah.
their way, you know?
Well, this kind of introduces another troubling point to this because sin is defined, is talked about as missing the mark, right? But it's also, like I talked about with the last guest, it's breaking the covenant with God, right? So what of the people who don't have a covenant with God? Do they actually sin? And if so, how?
Well, the Bible does touch on this. They do sin because a lot of people say that morality is subjective or objective. I don't know if either of those words. I don't know if either of those words really define.
Can I get a clarification, just real quick? Just the how part, because you said they do sin. How can they if they don't have a covenant with God? Because that's what sinning entails, is breaking the covenant with God.
Okay. The breaking, not necessarily, because he didn't always have necessarily covenants necessarily all the time. You have like Abrahamic covenant, you have what we call the new covenant in Christ, but they're not necessarily a part of that covenant until they accept Christ. So
correct.
The Bible indicates that, correct? No, you said correct. The Bible indicates that the law is written on our hearts. As far as I can tell, that everybody has an understanding of morality. People understand that there's right and wrong.
Okay, so just hold on. I just got to clarify. Sorry to interrupt, but just got to clarify. Are you saying then that morality is a covenant with God?
But I understand covenant different. It's just morality is.
Well, how do you define covenant then? Yeah, I think we got to get terms correct. How do you define covenant? Because
covenant is God. Okay. Covenant is what God did with Abraham. He made a covenant with him that he would have the nation and stuff. Okay, that's a covenant. So when God.
Yeah, but what does it mean? That's an example of a covenant, but what does it mean to you?
I guess a covenant, as far as I can understand, it's an understanding. And it's really hard for me to explain the word. Sorry, maybe like an understanding and a verbal. This is really terrible. But it's between God and a person or a group, and it's some sort of. It seems to always entail a blessing and something that they're supposed to do, and then if they do that, they will be blessed in some sort of way.
Well, a covenant is an agreement. So, and so like you said, it's an understanding, right? So that means if you have an understand, like if you and I have an understanding, that means you and I have a meeting of the minds, right? If we understand the same thing.
But that's not how, what do you call, when we talk about sinning or transgressing, that's not even how it works. That's not even how the law works. You may be judges across the United States.
That's my point, is that it was because the part of the covenant of God delivering the people out of Egypt is that they were to obey him, follow him, and worship him, right? And then he was going to give them laws. That's what the covenant, that was the agreement. And so you would agree God was faithful to his end of the deal, right? He's faithful to this end of the deal. He got them out of Egypt, and in return, and then he gave them laws, and in return, they were supposed to follow the laws, right?
Yeah, well, they were supposed to follow the laws, and they also got blessed, if I understand, too.
Yeah, and that's the covenant. That's what a covenant is. God held his end of the deal. Their end of the deal was to. So it's an agreement. It's a contract. That's what a covenant is.
Yes, but as Gentiles, we are not bound to that. Or maybe I don't know what exactly, but I'm a Gentile anyways. I don't know if you have Jewish.
I'm not of Jewish heritage, no. But that's my entire point. If you don't have a covenant with God, how do you sin? Because there's no agreement there. If someone doesn't agree to follow God's commands, then how is that person committing a sin?
Well, the thing is that we are not transgressing the covenant rules, though, as Gentiles, but we still have to follow like regular basic rules, like don't unalive people. You know what I'm saying?
But that's not a sin against God. That's my whole point. It's not. It may be. We may be breaking like legal laws. Morality. Societal like customs. Yeah, I'm with you on that. But what I'm really focused on is the covenant with God. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Oh, that was an interesting.
Well,
It's an interesting sound.
I've never had anybody say that like there has to be a covenant. It doesn't necessarily have to covenant for those specific rules. Yes, you have to follow. But you can see Eve did not make a covenant that I know of with God, but he told them don't eat the fruit, and there wasn't no agreement. He just told them no, and they did it anyways.
Well, that kind of makes my point even clearer. that just drives my point home. Then that would technically mean they didn't commit a sin. He just commanded them to do that, but there was no agreement to follow the command.
No, but I've never even, it's okay. I used to go to church, right? A lot. But sometime after getting ill, I have not been going to church, not really been going to church.
Understand.
But I've been by my Bible and pray. I was telling my sister about that. She was saying something, I should watch something online if I'm not, not well enough to go to church, whatever. Maybe she's right, but I do read my Bible and study. So the thing is, like, I've never heard anybody saying that I'm not trying to be mean, you know what I'm saying? But you're saying something that's not really, that the Bible does not say. It does not indicate that there has to be a covenant agreement.
Well,
anywhere.
there is. Well, but this is my whole point. Like, if we go into 2 Kings chapter 23, and this is where Josiah renews the covenant with God, and they spell out what it is. So the king stood by the pillar and made a covenant before the Lord to follow the Lord and to keep his commandments, decrees, and statutes with all his heart and all his soul, and to carry out the words of the covenant that were written in this book. And all of the people entered into the covenant. And this was in return for, God would protect those people. So there was definitely a give and take here. Like, the people agreed to this. Now,
we're talking about the Jewish situation though, but still as Gentiles, we are bound to like the original, like don't like when Abel had taken his brother, right? Because God said that when you eat the fruit, you will know good and evil. So we then gain the ability to understand right and wrong. And Abel knew.
Right. I don't understand, but I don't see how that relates to any type of covenant with God, because like I said, sin specifically is breaking the covenant. It's missing the mark. So you fall short of the agreement with God.
That's one type of sin, because sin is not defined as not obeying the law, but that is one way you can sin, because there used to not be a law in the beginning, but there still was sin. That's just another type of sin, because what they're saying to me, the Bible does not it does not say anything if there has to be a covenant. That's something you are saying. Then I don't know where you're getting it from, because the Bible does not say that anywhere. I've never even heard that idea before, to be honest.
Only because, I'm just going by, talking with different rabbis, things of that sort. But yeah, there is an assertion that these people disobeyed God. Yeah, that is true. And then God took out his punishment, and then God punished them for that. Okay. But what I'm talking about is, because there is you can just, there's covenants like after the flood. Didn't God make a new covenant with his people? He sent the rainbow, and that was a new covenant because he promised he would never do that again. But there were several covenants made with people. I'm just not sure what this, where the hang up is.
The hang you seem to be saying that there needs to be a covenant. There doesn't need to be a covenant, but a covenant does bring more responsibilities, which creates, but also brings more blessings too. You understand what I'm saying? So if I can explain why, okay.
Well, yeah, that's the exchange. It brings more blessings. Yeah. But that's my whole point. There's an exchange here. There's an agreement here. So if you follow God's laws and you love God with all your heart and soul, you're going to have more blessings. Yeah. That's how it goes. It's a give and take.
Yeah, but I do not get I do not get, as a Gentile, I do not get, and it's fine. God can do what he wants. I don't get the blessings that the Jews got, but I also don't get the responsibility.
Yeah.
Also, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with being a Gentile, and it's great for them to be Jews. That's how God did it, and that's great. I'm fine with that. I have no issues. But the thing is, I still am bound by God's original law that He put on our hearts. You understand what I'm saying? Because even the Bible
I
doesn't
got you.
say this is where.
Okay, so sorry to jump in. I apologize for jumping in, but my wife just poked her head in and said, I'm over my time, so I gotta go.
Okay,
but yeah, but I do appreciate you coming up and talking with us. This was a good talk.
Well, I do appreciate. I would like to say one thing. Thank you, and I appreciate your demeanor and stuff because there's so much like what do you call it, toxic TikTok on here. I just can't stand it. Like I don't like morality debates, and I don't like
I appreciate
it. Using bad debate tactics and stuff to like whop people over the head with the Old Testament. Ask them if they're Christian. I'm not saying you did this. Ask you as a Christian. As soon as I do, you hit me over the head with the Old Testament. I'm not saying you do, but they do. So I appreciate your demeanor. So
well, it's funny because we did talk about the Old Testament, but yeah, I didn't bonk you over the head with it. Yeah.
You weren't beating me bloody with it. So thank you.
Yeah, I got you. Well, hey, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your politeness and your cordiality as well. So, hey, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, take care. Yeah, it was. That was a lot of circles created there, but yeah, either way, good talk. Well, let me end with bringing up the mods and Expect Thought. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you chilling.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go ahead and drop down.
Yeah. Do what you like. Well, and folks, W's for Expect Thought, follows, all that good stuff, and coins, because Expect Thought did a bang up job. And you got it, TP Seeker. Thank you as well. So Blaster Master, thank you for keeping the peace over on the YouTube side. I really appreciate that. And I'm inviting folks up. And if I don't see you right away, just request up. And my multi-guest window is not working the best, so I have to click it like 20 times. So it may I may not get you up right away. So also, mods, if you can help get other mods up, help me out here. Let's get them all on the boat. No worries, Ember. Okay, so there's Jessica. Yeah, come on up. Hey, Forever Atheist. Hey, Jessica, how you guys doing?
We're good. How are you?
Fantastic, doing well. It's good to see you. So thanks for hanging out.
Of course.
Yeah. Let's see. Who else is here? Let's see. Who else is here? I thought I saw Philly Red in here earlier. She might have moved on somewhere else. Hi.
Yeah.
Hey.
No.
Yeah, exactly. I have no idea what he or she said, but
he doesn't know.
He doesn't know either. Okay, well, that's cool.
Like that you said hi back. He starts smiling real hard.
Oh, that's good. Hi, how you doing? Hey, Ember, how you doing?
You gonna say good?
Good. So cute. So cute. So these are the mods and Jessica. Jessica is a friend of the community, but if you could, yeah, absolutely. But if you could just show some thanks, and I do appreciate them. So just coins, W's, follows, whatever you can manage, just to show our appreciation, because they do a fantastic job of keeping things running smoothly.
I was not here most of the time, but I was
okay.
here to catch the end and talk about Archer with a few people. So
yeah, Archer. Yeah, I got to get back into that. Archer is so hilarious.
It's so good.
It's
so
hilarious.
Pam Poovey is one of the best animated characters.
Archer's hilarious.
She's hilarious.
It is. And yeah, it is. So thank you guys again. Everybody in the chat, I thank you guys. You make this a really fun live and experience. So I really appreciate it. So let's see who we're going to raid today. Oh, sorry, I gotta turn the volume down. We could raid. Let's see. Who can we raid? If you guys want it spicy today, we could raid Thinkers live. Because I haven't raided Thinker before.
Yeah, Thinker is live. Constant Ponder is live.
Constant Ponder? I don't think I follow.
Source is live. SORC. Mama Bash is live. Which if any of you don't follow Mama Bash,
you know
she's
what?
Great.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
The Archerites, Ruggeezy, that's great. Let's raid Mama Bash. And I'm not even following Mama Bash, and I need to, but I've seen Mama Bash in other. Don't worry, little man. We'll get your mama's attention here in a minute. Don't worry.
Give us my dessert.
Okay, he wants dessert. Hey, I yell like that too if I want dessert sometimes. Yep. So
you just running away with my Italian ice. Really can't.
Oh, gotcha. So yeah, I haven't followed. I'm not following Mama Bash. So let's go raid Mama Bash. And so just type Mama Bash in your search and you'll find her. Yeah, I've seen her on with like Thinker and Fluff
And if any of
Skidoo
you
and
don't know, it's Mama_Bash, or it should be.
Mama_Bash.
And
yeah.
then if any of you don't know, she is Sebastian Cole's mom, or Pinkbeard's mom. PYNK Beard's mom. So that's why she's Mama Bash, because of Bash.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah,
that's cool.
And Bash is awesome. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so we love Mama Bash.
Okay, that's really cool. I did not know that. Okay, well, I'll definitely have to follow her. Definitely. All right. Well, W to the chat. You guys get a big W. Thank you very much. So I guess I'll see you all on Mama Bash's channel. Fortunately, YouTube, I'm not sure if she's on YouTube. I don't think she is, but definitely on TikTok. So everybody have a great rest of your evening, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. So take care, and I'll see you on Mama Bash's channel for the raid. Bye, guys.
Woohoo, bye.